Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends,
the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key Mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key Mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, defend the booty. insurance. After God, we are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning, you're tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Thursday morning and we have enough pack to keep you going this morning. Thank you for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course in the studio with me today is
Destiny Mama. Good morning.
Absolutely. I always love seeing you on set.
Oh, same, the same vibe,
Yeah.
the same aura.
Yes, aura for aura. How are you feeling though?
I feel good. I feel good.
Preparing for Christmas.
Christmas is going to be great already, but I did a report yesterday and I just found out that there were no traffic in the market as usual. Why is it happening like that?
Well, I think that's actually ironical. Sorry.
No.
That's actually ironical because I know that we have inflation is said to be easing.
Yeah.
So I'm shocked to see that there are not as much people in the market. Maybe because you went on a Monday and during the day. I think that's it.
No, why would you rather go to the market?
No, people normally go to the market.
Is a market that people come from all over the state. The see Lagos market is where they can actually buy.
So it was Lagos market you went to?
Yes, but Locum to be precise.
Well, I don't think people are shopping for. What are people going to shop for? I thought you even went to the food market.
I just heard that there's so much crowd in the market, but most of the people are doing window shopping. How can that be? How can
window
the crowd come to the
shopping
market and do
in
window
the
shopping
market
against
all the way to
actually
the market
buying?
and doing
But I'm
window
sure
shopping?
children wears are actually selling more than.
Yes, I'm definitely
because
sure of that because things have changed now. So I'm not sure people are buying. As an adult, why am I buying Christmas clothes every other day? I put on my bags every other day, so I'm not so keen on buying. I mean, at this point, I'm open. If you want to buy me a Christmas dress, I'd love that. But definitely, I can't go to the market right now to get a dress for myself. You will be doing that for your children.
You know that every New Year it's better for you to wear something new as well. Why would you want to say because you're an adult you start the New Year with an old cloth? No, you have to think
put on new clothes on New Year Day.
I think it's just the right thing to do.
I don't think I've ever done that.
Christmas celebration. I'm talking about for the New Year.
I've never done that.
A
new outfit on New Year Day.
I like
because I'm even home. I probably put on one spaghetti, one short because I'm at home.
It's the New Year. Wow, come on.
Interesting. So you put on new clothes.
It's not bad.
Oh, that's something to look at.
On a good note.
That's something to look at.
Feel new as the New Year.
Interesting. Well, let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Farouk Ahmed steps down as NMDPRA chief days after row with Dangote. Tax laws passed by National Assembly different from gazetted version, and this is according to Reps. Tinubu seeks Senate approval to repeal reenact 2024 budget. And finally, Warner Bros. Favors Netflix offer over $108 billion Paramount bid. Those are some of the headlines we have this morning. But real quick, let's talk about Farouk Ahmed stepping down.
It struck me actually because
and I think I wasn't shocked.
I want to believe that, man, that I mean Dangote, will give people a run for their money that wants to actually try to bring whatever he's doing down or try to question whatever modalities he has put in place, not knowing the sacrifices that has gone by. Wow, for him to even publish whatever it is, receipts, evidence on a daily. I mean,
it went all out.
Yeah, that's going like he actually fell out with the same with this person. I'm sure the person would have already stepped on his toes, for him to be able to go that far, because I don't see him as
so the word on the street
individual.
The word on the street, or just I don't have fact to back it up, is that Farouk was one of the people that were against, setting up the refinery, really posed a problem when he was trying to set up the refinery. So it's deep rooted, what's it called? We say beef.
Okay,
yes,
okay.
It's deep rooted.
Yeah.
He had to call him all out, all out. But I like the way he went about it, really. I think this will also put some of those people in power, in authority, seated in all those high places. This will give them a little bit of...
a little bit of fright.
Yes, let's sit up. And I know many of them will also not comment, because many of them, like they say, those who live in glass houses don't throw stones. So I'm sure many of them are also... in the same boat, so they wouldn't want them to be the next set of people to become up. You know, I'd seen that initially there was a circulation going online where he had come. I mean, Mr. Farouk had come out to say XYZ thing, react to the situation, and then yesterday there was a new circulation going around with the letterhead of the company where he said he wasn't the one that put out the initial one that was being circulated. It wasn't the one, and it's a good thing that Mr. Aliko Dangote had also like filed for this to get to court, so that they will speak about this in court. But you know, now that he has stepped down, I'm here wondering if there will still be any of this now that I stepped down.
The rancor, right?
Will they still continue in court?
But do you think that the damage has been done? I think that's what the other party might have actually wanted. Do you understand? So now
we don't know for sure if it will get to court.
He'll want to get to the. I mean, the man that has been accused would definitely want to get to that point. Do you understand how the Nigeria Court of Law works, right? Sometimes you might even be guilty, but if you have a good lawyer, you know things can even actually work in your favor if they put a little bit of modalities in place. Actually, like reasons why it was done, and then setting the pace or the gaze to another place that the money wasn't gotten from the coffers of the government. It was perhaps some businesses that he did personally that there are ways you can deny this.
But now he stepped down. Will the case still be? Will the case still be valid?
That's the whole thing. It will be a little bit slow, because he has been replaced already. We're already talking about Senate, nominating. I mean, trying to, speak to nominees for this same roles. The president has already tried to replace them already. So now the question you are asking is a bit valid. If it will still be as effective as it stands, a little bit of slow motion will creep in, trust me.
Slow motion.
But the damage has been done already.
Let's move out of Nigeria and talk about Warner Bros. Favoring Netflix over the $108 billion Paramount bid. I know that this one has been on for a while now. The old Warner Bros., Netflix, Paramount. It's these are big offers.
Paramount, you cannot place them out of movies. Right from when we were kids, you always see when a movie is coming up, you see Paramount. So
you also see Warner Bros.
Yeah, and also Warner Bros. These names have been there. So Netflix offering 108 billion Paramount bid. They'll be all right at the end of the day, but I'm sure that is a good step towards the right direction.
I'm sure. We'll take a quick break right now and see what we have on the front page of the newspaper this morning. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show. We're still in the studio right here with Destiny Momo. We are ready to see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning. As always, we like to start at home. We'll start off with the Business Day paper this morning. On the front page of the business paper this morning, Business Day newspaper this morning, the big story here says lawmakers clash over 2026 revenue target as experts flag debt trap. And on page 8 of the paper this morning, UBA partners CIG Motors lag ride to roll out $100 million car loans. And page 30, Tinubu overhauls energy regulators as NUPLC NMDPRA CEOs step aside. Ayason Mohammed awaits Senate nod. Those are some of the stories on the front page of the papers, Business Day paper this morning. But this one on the big story says lawmakers clash over 2026 revenue target as experts flag debt trap. Those are some of the stories on the front page of the Business Day newspaper this morning. You want to say something?
No. I'm still looking at what the lawmakers are, building against. I'm sure it still has to do with the tax. The whole tax plan for 2026, right? And seeing that the revenues are not going to, really come through in such a way that will actually favor the country. I'm sure that's why they will be, against it in this format. But what did you think our analysts will have to say on this?
Well, I think our analysts will be joining us real quick virtually. So it definitely has quite a number of things to say with respect to this conversation. But I think precisely for me, is this story on page 30, this one on Tinubu overall energy regulators as NUPLC and NMDPRA CEOs step aside. Now, what we've seen a lot of changes in the energy sector. There's a lot happening in that sector. So certainly when we see
happy.
What are you happy about?
I'm happy about what is happening in the sector. I'm happy about the fact that one man is giving that sector the desired change. But I don't just want it to be for just one man to be able to do that. I want more people. There are people that have money in this country to open these refineries. I want more of them to come on board, so these regulations can actually favor us finally. Because since the removal of the subsidy, my sister, you know what is happening. You know what is happening to we as workers. You know what is happening in the market. You know what the economy is singing. But then, just a little a reduction that Dangote did because of the season, we're all happy about it. And we are still looking forward to more people to, open refineries. I heard of a man, I think he owns an airport. Is it in the UK? He's a Nigerian. Ogolusi or something. He owns an airport either in the UK or in the US. I hear, he's looking forward to opening a refinery. But the question is, will he be allowed? Will he be allowed just the way, Dangote has entered markets. He has entered, he knows what to do, and that's why he was successful in this field. And there are other people that are still trying to, come up with theirs, but I don't think it will be as loud as the one that Dangote has done. But if we have more people come up to do these things, because the government is not even about to, actually bring alive the refineries that, the so-called refineries that we have, right? In Port Harcourt refinery and other places, Warri refinery, since they're not about to bring it alive, more private individual should do exactly what Dangote has done. So fuel can come up to that price of 200 naira, which I know it's still a possibility.
I think for me, I'm actually looking out to see the new executives who join, NUPLC and NMDPRA, seeing that the CEOs have now stepped aside and resigned. I'm just looking forward to seeing the new crop of individuals that would
just the individual or what they're coming to do.
No, the individuals, and then the quality of work they would do, because obviously the conversation in the past few days that obviously that has cut the airwaves from Mr. Aliko Dangote's accusations to the NMDPRA boss about calling it an economic sabotage, talking about the spending, talking about all of those things. So we'll see if the next person that will come will have some credibility as well. Because when we looked at this man stepping aside, and I said to myself, if he chose to step aside, he chose to resign, it seems like you're guilty.
Something on
right?
its own.
So, because if you just step this, it's literally how many days?
Exactly.
Do you understand? You didn't even drag it. You know, the person. It seems like you're guilty. So, I want to see the next person who will take that seat, because we need people that
I could not
credible.
even believe that Dangote was really going to drag this man this much, to the point that he actually paid for a column in the dailies to prove his evidence.
No.
He actually dragged him more than
Mr.
Dangote your neighbor generator
has been showing us signs of 50 cent. You know how they say in 2026 we should all be 50 cent. Like, don't let anything slide.
At least
Mr. Dangote has shown us the business side of, like, the business 50 cent, like, so we know 50 cent is an entertainer. So Mr. Dangote is the businessman that is a 50 cent.
Exactly. What I think about this whole thing is, right, Dangote just decided to use just one person as a scapegoat, to put the others at bay. The reason is this man is actually a businessman, and so he knows the intricacies, he knows some secrets of some of these people in offices that could either try to delay one or two policies that he's trying to put in place, and then just using this guy as a scapegoat, right, will put the others in check. I still think of it in that dynamic, because I'm sure he would have really gotten so pissed that maybe what these people do, these regulators, they actually do so much. Sometimes.
I think we have our guest joining us virtually right now. We have Damian.
Good morning, Damian.
Yeah, Damian joins us to review the papers this morning. Welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show, Damian. Good morning.
All right, we'll see what we have on the front page of the Punch papers this morning. Just Damian, if you could turn on your audio, please, so we can hear you, because we can't hear you at the moment. On the front page of the Punch papers this morning, the big story here says petrol war fallout. NMDPRA, NUPLC bosses resign as Dangote's petition rocks sector. This is on page 2 of the paper. It says downstream tension grows as marketers fear business collapse. Experts say oil new regulators may feel threatened by Dangote. Wow. And on page 3 of the papers, JAM to accredit 1,039 CBT centers for 2026 UTME. And on page 9 of the paper still, it says salaries and debts service gulp 105% of government revenue. On page 15 of the papers this morning, Burkina Faso frees detained Nigerian soldiers and aircraft. Page 2 of the papers, insecurity, federal government NLC to meet in January. Page 9 of the papers this morning, 4 investors push for Lagos-Calabar Highway concession. On page 15 of the papers this morning, it says federal government bans wood export, revokes licenses. Wow. Page 7 of the papers, you've just been saying, wow. Malami kicks after EFCC raids Kebbi and Abuja homes. On page 7 of the papers this morning, it says Ogun government orders fresh Awujale selection process. Now, I'm sure we have Damian Ajayi still online. Damian Ajayi is a public affairs analyst, political analyst. He joins us on the show this morning. Welcome to the show, Damian.
Oh, welcome, Lizzie.
So good to have you, Damian.
Right, it's good to see you. It's good to have you joining us. So you saw some of the headlines that we have this morning. You heard the ones we've talked about from NNDPRA, petrol war fallout, NNDPRA, NUPLC bosses resigning as Dangote's petition rocks the sector, to JAMB accrediting 1,039 CBT centers, even when we are not sure about where we are headed, when we talk about our digital future. But now we're seeing that JAMB said, come 2026, we're going to go full on CBT examinations. To Mr. Wale Edun saying that salaries and debt services are gulping 105% of government revenue. Which of these stories do you want to focus on this morning?
Good morning once again. I think I would like to take on the story of Farouk Ahmed, the NMP DRA boss. I mean, it's shocking, to read in the news that he resigned. I mean, it's even more shocking that this came after the allegations against him, and he promised, to provide his defense at the petition raised against him. I mean, his resignation does not speak to his guilt or acquittance of the issues raised. But I think particularly it's of concern. Why did he resign? Is it because of political pressure? Is it because of his acceptance of guilt, or whatever the reason? I think beyond his resignation, it is important that the appropriate authorities should look into these issues and, take the necessary actions that are needed for the strengthening of the institutions. Is beyond him just resigning. These are grave allegations, and I believe that the necessary actions should be taken so that they can sanitize the system. Because what do we stand to gain if we do not have strengthened institutions?
Well, I mean, speaking from your background as a legal practitioner, what does this really say? Are we going to find is there still going to be a continued court case? Because obviously the Mr. Aliko Dangote had taken this to court supposedly. So now he stepped down. Do we still have a case that would run, or everything is over now that he stepped down?
But he has only petitioned him and forwarded a petition to the ICPC, the prosecuting agency that would investigate the matter, because of course these are allegations. These are grave allegations. Personally, I think that such allegations should not be swept under the carpet, because we're talking about corruption, we're talking about, government funds, misappropriation of government funds, and we're talking about stealing of government funds. So I think the appropriate agency will look into it, and after the investigation, we'll be able to know whether the allegations are sufficient, to be prosecuted. And I think personally also, where they find that these allegations are not supported by facts and evidence, then there should be consequences for Dangote too, because it's important that you just don't come into the public domain and because of personal grievances, just throw up allegations against people. I don't know why he resigned. He's not in the public glare, but of course, as it is, whether he resigned or not, these are issues that the appropriate prosecuting agency should take up, and for the benefit of Nigerians, for the benefit of the institution, we should know whether these allegations are true or not, and should be prosecuted accordingly. So it's for ICPC to do the investigation and know whether there's a prima facie case against them for which a prosecution can be pursued in courts.
Very quickly, Mr. Damian, I wanted to just digress a bit, talking about the Burkina Faso as they free detained Nigerian soldiers and the aircraft. What do you make of it? There's been this fear that they were going to, have them imprisoned or even do more to them. But it's good that we're hearing that they've been freed. So what do you make of that development?
The authorities have said that they've been accorded very cordial reception, and stated there was a formal statement stating the reasons why they were, they were actually when they are planning out to land in Burkina Faso, and they were given cordial reception. I don't think that we should make a situation out of it. I think that, of course, it follows formal military protocol and procedures, and I don't think there's an issue out of it, because they never said that they were being detained unlawfully. They said they were given military cordiality and under the circumstances upon which their plane landed. The Burkina Faso authorities gave them, good reception. So I don't think that there is any issue. I think that it's important that we have that cordial relationship with our neighbors, and they're able to, facilitate friendly engagement towards a better relationship.
Thank you for that. So let's also come back to Nigeria now. Fresh storm brewing over the new tax law. Could you give us some more insight to that conversation?
Yeah, the allegations that what the House passed is not what is in operation. I think these are great allegations, and I think that the motion was moved under the privilege rules, and I think that it's important to look into it. If there are issues about what they passed and what is in circulation, I think that's a very, very serious allegation. And I think that to the extent of its inconsistency with what they've passed, the House should take action.
Mr. Ajayi, all right. many Nigerians believe that, this new tax laws would actually trigger economic hardship in the country. Many people don't quite understand the tax laws fully, even whilst obviously from the tax committee, there is a platform where Nigerians can actually go on and, read up and understand. But many people don't understand it. They're thinking like things are already really hard. So how harder could things get for Nigerians now with having to pay tax? Not saying taxes, I mean, they pay tax out of the country, but here in Nigeria, where you often see that you don't even get to see your money is being used properly. There's still a lot of lacking infrastructure and all of that. Where do you stand in terms of how Nigerians see things that, this newly introduced tax laws might actually trigger more economic hardship? Where do you stand? Do you see that happening, or do you think things will be still fairly okay?
Oh, well, there is news about it. I think some just think that it's a good law, but it's a long time. Some people, tax administration efficiency and transparency. So you have different people thinking in different direction. But I believe that whatever the situation is going to be
crying. Should I say crying? Me being one of the Nigerians, because you're just thinking about the fact, there have been people who say, the 800 benchmarks, and then people are saying, okay, I mean, maybe we should not even get to that point, so they get to that 800 benchmark, so I don't get taxed.
Exactly.
Right, but I think that's also weird, because normally everyone prays for increase. But now you're also saying Nigeria, and some Nigerians are like, I overheard someone saying, I mean, let me not even get to this point so I don't have to pay this tax.
Exactly.
Do you see it actually increasing economic hardship, or do you think we'll be fine?
At the end of the day, everyone is looking forward to January to actually see things for themselves before they actually take it down and actually swallow that pill to say that, oh, so this thing is actually true. Right. But now this is a government that, whether we like it or not, Nigerians do not feel happy about, how everything has, played out. We know that give and take, all those policies will, at the end of the day, favor Nigerians, right? But we all know that change is that thing that is not so easy to accept. Change is always something new. Now, for people to accept change, it's always very, very difficult, if you ask me, right? Now, in this area, I mean, on this, I'm talking about the tax thing and talking about how the government started, right? It started on a note of making things very difficult for Nigerians. Making Nigerians, not to be, like the purchasing power of Nigerians, was a little, it was cut short in a lot of ways. Cut short in a lot of ways. Before now, you see people, go to the fuel station and they're filling their tanks. You see a lot of people buying full tanks than people just buying normal tanks, right? Because it was quite affordable. The liter prices quite affordable. But now you see big cars going to the fuel station, and then they are purchasing a certain amount that you cannot even fathom to say, why is this person doing this? But then again, you look at the economic situation and know that, wow, it's not business as usual. Things have really changed. Taxes on different, things. I mean, prices of different things have skyrocketed from the electricity sector. Prices skyrocketed from even buying of fuel. And now Nigerians knowing that from next year, they're going to be paying tax on even the fuel they buy. They're going to be paying tax on a lot of things, no matter what you earn, But then again, Nigerians still need to be schooled on this, because when you hear a good analyst talk about, this tax thing, you know that it's supposed to be for the good of Nigerians. But that's what they always say until we see the actual truth.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just say these things to keep us relaxed. But then again, they still go ahead to do what they want to do. We're not saying tax is a bad thing.
right? But if it is done in the right way, if it is done in a way that we know that this monies are going to be used to develop the nation, to do things that we all are going to benefit from, we don't really feel the need that it's going to be something bad. But when we know how large our politicians live their lives, how large their children are privileged, and then they say a certain politician is sick, they're not treated here in Nigeria. Do you understand? The health sector is nothing to write home about. People die every day. Things are not put in place for the citizens. The citizens struggle a lot. Nigerian citizens actually struggle a lot. And so when you ask them to pay tax, and then they still keep wondering, tax for what?
For what? I think we have Mr. Ajayi back with us. We lost him for a bit.
Welcome back.
Mr. Damian Ajayi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm with you. Hope you can hear me.
Right. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Before we lost you for a bit, I was asking about your thoughts on the newly introduced tax laws maybe triggering more economic hardship, and where you stand or how you see things.
Basically, like a lot of Nigerians think, I think a lot of people think about the timing, though it's a good, it's a good law. I mean, the tax efficiency and administration is essential for the distribution of wealth and income. But then, I mean, we're looking at the timing where you have inflation, where you have economic hardship, and you have all other indices, looking up. But I think beyond that, what is of concern is the tax administration and efficiency and transparency, and all those gray areas like multiple taxation, and all other gray areas are now effective and transparent and efficient, the administration will be. And more of concern to me is also the issue of the informal tax sector, the agberos, the agberos, and the market women and all other informal tax systems in Nigeria. Now you can make businesses just be integrated in such a way that taxes certain specific and very, very transparent.
To get taxes out of the informal sector.
Yes, it's important, like what you have among the agberos and in the marketplace, and we can't shy away from the fact that there's still people who collect certain amounts, certain level of taxes from people that are not incorporated in the formal sector. So how does government, ensure that all these layers are integrated in a formal way that businesses can actually, predict and ascertain, to a large extent, some of these certainties.
Thank you. Let's see what we have on the front page of the Vanguard paper.
Now, from the upright, it says that you can't tax hunger. Opposition tells Tinubu. You can't tax hunger. Opposition tells Tinubu, and that's on page 8. As court bars IGP, Nigerian Police Force, from enforcing tinted glass permits policy nationwide. Court bars IGP and Nigerian Police Force from enforcing tinted glass permit policy nationwide. And also the federal government confirms release of Nigerian aircraft and soldiers after Toga meets Burkina Faso leader, and that's on page 6 of the Vanguard newspaper. And moving on, as Tinubu writes, the National Assembly and seeks approval of 43.56 trillion naira reenactment budget. Tinubu writes, NAS seeks approval of 43.56 trillion naira reenactment budget. You find that on page 35 of the Vanguard newspaper. And the big one here says Dangote quick. Farouk falls. Kamalafe also quits job at NUPRC. And Tinubu nominates successors, 6 Senate approval, prioritizes local refining. And that's by Agbakoba and others. And then you find here NLC protests against insecurity in Abuja State, and the NLC members are showing, all their placards on the front page of the Vanguard newspaper. And from the last end says that arrest and prosecute those funding insecurity. I think that's the guise of labels on page 29 of the Vanguard newspaper. And on page 8, it says that's why NDIC revoked a house sale contract with Senator Bonza. And that's according to the managing director. Okay, so now very quickly, Mr. Damien, it says here that you can't tax hunger. And that's according to the opposition as they tell the president. What do you make of this assertion, so to speak?
I referred to it earlier that some people have the opinion that, with the rise in inflation, the economic hardship, the rise in cost of living, the cost of general goods, living cost is higher than it used to be. And these are challenges. And when we are increasing tax, you have to look at these things. So, it's important because the purchasing power is low, the per capita income is low, and then you have increasing taxes. These are things that should cause concern, because issues like these are things that really hit at the pocket of every Nigerian. So I understand, and I understand why people think like that, because it's important that, when there's economic hardship and the rising cost of goods and services, and you have, incremental tax, people are going to feel more impoverished one way or the other. So I think it's important the government looks into it, and I think that they have a valid point by saying you can't tax on that, because yes, you have poverty rates increasing, you have unemployment rates increasing, you have rising cost of goods and services, and yet you want to have higher, tax rates. So it's really, really not palatable.
Okay, I'm still trying to imagine, what's going on in the mind as a court bars the IGP and the Nigerian Police Force from enforcing tinted glass permit policy nationwide. We know that this might be coming from the place of insecurity, to ensure that the citizens are safe, right? Or what do you make of this?
This is a constitutional democracy. We are ruled by our laws, and I think it's important that we follow the law, and if there's a case in court in respect to disputes regarding issue about enforcing tinted permits. I think that it is just law abiding to wait for the determination of that case. And I think that when you have a case in court and parties, either of the party will go ahead and do things that contravene or put in jeopardy the issues for determination in court. It's not really, really good, for a democracy. And whether they will enforce it or not is a different thing. But if they have issues of the subject matter in the court of law, I think it's important that parties, sheet their sword and just wait for the determination that dispute in court before they now begin to decide one way or the other how to go about these issues.
Real quick, just before we let you run along with your day, Mr. Ajayi, President Tinubu has written to the National Assembly seeking approval of the 43.5 trillion naira reenactment budget. Could you tell us more about that one?
It's budget implementation and administrative lapses. So I think what they're trying to do is to look at, how to integrate the budgets of 2020 or 2025. I think the budget of 2024 has not been implemented in terms of some of the expenditures and some of the areas they tend to, some of the projects they tend to execute. So I think it's okay if you go back to the National Assembly to seek the reenactment of those budgetary provisions. And I think it's in line with the Appropriation Act to do so. It's just sad, that our budget implementation is lucid, because the budget is supposed to be for a particular year, income and expenditure for a particular year. It shouldn't overlap, into another year. It shows inefficiency in our budget execution and implementation. And I hope going forward, we'll be able to look at it create a system whereby, we stay within the year and do all that is needed in effective implementation of that budget for that particular year.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Damian Ajayi, for joining us on the newspaper review this morning. Thank you so much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Well, let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning on the Business Day newspaper. It's always a good way for us to wrap up the newspaper review right here on the show. And I'm sure that our cartoonist has done something excellent. So we see something like, is that so that's like people, maybe like a
closed door
meeting, but this is not a meeting, it's like a coven. It feels like a coven to
because
me.
they're seeing some skeletal scary.
Yes, on the table you have like people's skulls, 2 skulls, and then you have a drink that's like that's bloodshed. So you see human being skulls on the table, and then you see the ex-governor, and then you see 2 ex-governors by the side, sipping from whatever it is on that table, which also has human head. And then you see bandits, because that's how the bandits are dressed. You see the bandits from the northern side.
Come for more fun.
Yes, and we've come for more fun. So what this is saying is perhaps these ex-governors are the ones funding the bloodshed, and they're sipping, sipping the bloodshed, eating and drinking from the bloodshed that's going on within our country, which is quite unfortunate. Very, like they say, pictures tell 1,000 stories, and that one has told a lot of stories. That one has told a lot of stories.
As a matter of fact, these cartoons might just seem like they are there, but it's telling a lot. It has an undertone of so much. If you can understand, if you know, you know. That is not a question of saying it word for word. If you know, you know. It has just like you said. It has told the story that it was meant to tell.
Well, that's why we'll leave it this morning on the newspaper review segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Business Morning with Destiny Momo. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, That is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile?
for premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable layout, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning. You're still watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day and television. Now, this is Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. But now let's bring you the news in details. Farouk Ahmed has resigned as Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority just 3 days after public allegations involving Dangote Refinery thrust the agency into controversy. Now, the developments come amid a corruption petition filed by Aliko Dangote, the President and Chief Executive of Dangote Industries Limited, to the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, alleging abuse of office, corrupt enrichment, and unlawful diversion of public funds by the NMDPRA chief. The resignation announced Tuesday by the State House comes alongside the departure of Benga Komolafe from the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. And according to reports, both officials were appointed in 2021 by former President Muhammadu Buhari to lead the regulatory bodies established under the Petroleum Industry Act. President Bola Tinubu has also nominated 2 replacements and requested expedited Senate confirmation for the appointment, signaling urgency in restoring stability to Nigeria's critical petroleum sector oversight. Now, meanwhile, Abdul Samad Dasuki, a member of Nigeria's House of Representatives, has alleged discrepancies between the tax reform bills passed by the National Assembly, and the versions subsequently gazetted and made available to the public. Dasuki, who represents the Kebbi and Tambuwal Federal Constituency of Sokoto State, raised this concern during plenary session on Wednesday, saying the official gazetted copies of the legislation did not reflect what lawmakers debated, harmonized, and approved on the floor of the House. According to Dasuki, the versions currently are being gazetted and differ materially from what was passed by the legislature, insisting that he had personally obtained copies of the gazetted laws from the Federal Ministry of Information and found inconsistencies when compared with the versions harmonized by both chambers and approved during plenary. Dasuki warned that the alleged discrepancies amounted to a constitutional breach and should be treated as a matter of urgency. Still on, President Bola Tinubu has asked the Senate to approve the repeal and reenactment of the 43.5 trillion naira 2024 Appropriation Act in a move to end the practice of running overlapping budgets and strengthening fiscal discipline. The request was conveyed to lawmakers in a letter read at plenary on Wednesday by Senate President Godswill Akpabio. According to the President, the proposed legislation seeks to introduce clarity and order into the budgeting process. Tinubu explained that the 43.5 trillion naira proposal is made up of 1.7 trillion naira for statutory transfers and 8.2 trillion naira earmarked for debt servicing, 11.2 trillion naira for recurrent non-debt expenditure, and 22.2 trillion naira allocated to capital expenditure and development funds or contributions. And now to end the news, Warner Bros. Discovery has told its shareholders to reject Paramount Skydance's $108.4 billion takeover bid. Now, in a dramatic plot twist and the story of who will take control of one of Hollywood's oldest and most famous movie studios, Warner Bros., and board unanimously recommended rejecting the offer and agreed the deal with Netflix was in the firm's best interest. The media giant put itself up for sale in October after receiving multiple expressions of interest from potential buyers, including approaches from Paramount Skydance. According to reports, Paramount had said its offer was superior to a $72 billion deal that Warner Bros. Struck with Netflix for its film and streaming businesses. And that's the end of the news. Let's quickly go for a short break. When we are back, we will be discussing our first topic on our Business Morning segment. Stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning on the Breakfast Show of Business Day Television. Now let's go straight to the first conversation for today. Talking about how women can thrive. In the technology industry. Now, the technology industry continues to drive innovation and economic growth across the globe, yet women remain underrepresented in many areas of the sector. Experts say empowering more women with the right skills, support, and opportunities could unlock a new wave of innovation. And then now, from software engineering and cybersecurity to fintech and artificial intelligence, technology is shaping the future of work. But for many women, breaking into the industry and staying relevant remains a challenge. Industry analysts say access to education and digital skills is the first step towards closing the gender gap. Now, beyond technical knowledge, mentorship and networking are seen as critical tools for success. Women who have access to role models and professional communities are more likely to advance into leadership positions. Workplace culture also plays a major role. Advocates are calling on companies to create inclusive environments that support flexible work arrangements, equal pay, and clear career progression. Now, joining us is Damilola Ujo. She is a product manager. Good morning, Damilola.
Good morning.
So good to have you join us on short notice on Business Morning segment this morning. All right, now very quickly, I'm talking about access and entry, right? What practical steps can women take to actually overcome entry barriers and secure opportunities in the highly competitive tech industry?
Yes, the common entry barrier is knowledge, having the knowledge about technical concepts. And one way to get this is through upskilling, making sure you are learning more about the tech space, taking courses. Another way to approach entry, that women can approach entry is in the same way product managers also approach market entry by identifying gaps and proving value quickly. From my experience, monitoring women across various mentorship programs, women succeeded the fastest when they were able to focus on practical experience and the value that they've delivered. In terms of securing opportunities, just need to position yourself, attend networking events, and don't undersell your transferable skills. Reframe your background through a technology lens.
Skills and relevance, right? Now let's focus on skills and relevance. Which technical and even soft skills do you think are most critical for women seeking long-term growth and relevance in today's fast-evolving tech ecosystem?
Yeah, there are so many of them. In terms of critical skills, critical soft skills, that's communication is really important. You need to be able to communicate. You need to be clear in your communication. It's not about who is the most technical in the room, but it's about who is the clearest, right? You also need to be able to frame your problems properly. You can take advantage of various frameworks that can help you frame your problems in a structured way. Make sure you are starting with the key points, you are supporting with evidence, you are rounding up with a clear conclusion that inspires your stakeholders to take action. Prioritization is also another important soft skill. You need to be able to prioritize, know what to do and when to do it, and you should be able to influence people. You'll be working with various professionals across different levels, executive levels in some cases. So you need to be able to communicate to influence them. For tech skills, tech literacy and understanding of systems, data is very important now. You need to be able to understand how to use data to drive your decision making. APIs, AI is a big thing now. You need to have that technical skills. And of course, you can get that through various courses. Even ChatGPT can now give you that information. So you take advantage of this.
Oh, wow. Okay, now talking about mentorship and networks. Mentorship and networks, right? How important do you think mentorships, sponsorship, and even professional networks are in helping women advance in tech careers?
So mentorship is important, sponsorship is important. Mentorship provides guidance, sponsorship provides access to opportunities. It's sponsorship that allows someone pick you out from the crowd based on your excellent track record and say, I want to, help this person get to the next level. I want to put this person forward for a promotion. So it's really important. And the way to access both is through your professional networks. You need to be able to build professional networks, attend networking events, conferences, coffee catch-ups, and this is where your communication skills come in as well. You communicate, build relationships with people, meet people from different parts of technology, from different fields, software engineers, data engineers, use it to build a firm foundation in tech. And of course, reach out to them to mentor you at a senior level. And when you are reaching out for mentorship, reach out with a purpose. Don't just say, I want you to mentor me, but say, this and this is what I want to achieve. How can you help me do this? And what can I give you in return? So it's, quid pro quo. Thank you.
Okay, now talking about workplace culture, right? What role does inclusive workplace culture play in actually retaining women in tech, and how can organizations genuinely move beyond tokenism?
Yeah, so I think an inclusive culture is really important. It directly impacts retention. Tokenism is mostly when an organization hires women without changing how decisions are made. But we understand that there are, situations, circumstances peculiar to women. They need to go on maternity leave, they have family commitments. So it's important for organizations to be inclusive, to have policies that support parental leave, that supports flexible working. I've seen a lot of talented women leave roles, not because of capability gaps, because they don't have the knowledge, but because their contributions were minimized, ignored, and the organization didn't make proper accommodations for them. So organizations should approach it like, from a product mindset. We build inclusion into our system. So why not into our organizations? Why not into policies? So we should have clear performance criteria, transparent promotion processes, and just a safe and accommodating environment for women to thrive. So, yeah.
All right then, for leadership and visibility, right? Leadership and visibility. How can women in tech position them? How can women in tech, right, position themselves for leadership roles and also ensure their voices are heard in male-dominated environments like tech?
So in terms of how women can position themselves, leadership positioning starts with owning your outcomes. So make sure you own outcomes, you take ownership, you document your results, you speak out, let people know about the work that you have done. In some of the mentoring work that I've done, I make sure that I encourage women to speak in terms of the results that they've delivered. Talk about the problems you've solved, the impact you've created, put yourself out there. No one would advocate for you the way you advocate for yourself. So this is also extremely important. And in terms of visibility, it comes from preparation. When you are prepared, when you know your onions, when you know what you're talking about, you go to meetings with your contributions, you bring data, you have evidence to back up your position. It will definitely, help you get your voice heard. And also, getting your voice heard is also as simple as just being audible. Increase the volume, of your voice, and let yourself be heard in meetings wherever you find yourself.
Okay, now talking about pay equity, right? Talking about pay equity and growth. Now, what strategies can women adopt, to negotiate fair pay, promotions, and even leadership opportunities in the tech space?
So to negotiate fair pay, promotions, and leadership opportunities, you need to approach it like a business case, right? So you need to make sure that you have everything documented. I always encourage women in mentorship programs that are facilitated to have a document, a note where you capture your key achievements, benchmark your roles, speak about your achievements, and not only that, make sure you tie your contributions to revenue, to growth, to risk reduction, to the strategic objectives and initiatives of the organization. Show how your key achievements have helped the organization. And the negotiation also becomes easier in this way. And also make sure you frame these conversations around value, not just that you need a higher pay, but this and this and this is what you've achieved, and this is what is required to help you, to motivate you to get to the next level. And then timing is also important. Don't negotiate for these things, at a point when the business is going through a tough time or they are frustrated. Target delivery milestones when the organization has just achieved maybe their revenue targets. So these strategies can help you.
Okay. All right, thank you on that. Moving on to entrepreneurship and innovation. Entrepreneurship and innovation. How can women leverage technology to build startups and scale innovations and even compete effectively in the global digital economy?
So to build startups, leveraging technology to build startups, we all know technology lowers barriers to entry for most entrepreneurial ventures. So make sure you are taking advantage of technology to lower your barriers to entry. To lower your operating expenses, to reduce your, the capital demand for your ventures. in terms of scaling innovation, you have ideas to improve your business. If you have ideas to scale your business, make sure you are using technology to validate these ideas quickly. Validate them using MVPs, get feedback, leverage technology to get feedback. Now there are so many forms out there. You can take advantage of forms, of applications to make sure that you are reaching out to your customers, to your audience to get feedback, right? And data as well is also key, that it can help you scale your innovation. And then in terms of competing effectively, leverage technology as well. We have AI, we have, ChatGPT, Gemini. Use these things to do research, to understand your market, to understand the competition, and use it to get ideas that you can use to compete in this global economy. So you need to be able to, use technology to get information and just remain competitive. Yeah.
Okay. Right. It's now time for us to talk about balancing career pressures. Balancing career pressures. What policies or even personal strategies do you think actually help women manage work-life balance without slowing career progression in tech?
So I think in terms of personal strategies, just have supportive systems. From my experience, women thrive, when they have support. It could be in form of a supportive partner. It could be family members. It could even be professional help. There's nothing wrong with that. Just, trusted professional help. But you can't do it alone. You need support, and you make sure you build these systems to support you. In terms of what the organization can do, policies around flexible working would be great. An inclusive culture, understanding that, women, you need to make accommodations for women. And when women are in an environment where they can thrive, they produce results. Women are good with multitasking, they are nurturing, they're detail-oriented. So even an organization benefits from, motivated women in the workplace. They should have policies for parental support. And the focus with women should be on output, not presence, right? How well are they doing what they do, and what are the results that they are achieving? So I think these can help with that.
About breaking and stereotypes, right? How can education systems, media, and industry leaders challenge gender stereotypes that discourage young girls from actually pursuing tech careers?
So I think this is about awareness and education. Make sure that you are, teaching girls to pursue what they believe, to believe anything is possible. Let's not pigeonhole women into a particular kind of profession. And representation is important, having initiatives that encourage representation, women in this, women in that type initiatives really help to encourage women to participate and challenge some of these gender stereotypes. In some of the mentorship programs that I've run as well, we also showcase women that have transformed from non-technical backgrounds to, that has transitioned from non-technical backgrounds to tech, and we show their achievements. So if implementing something like this can help dismantle the myth that tech is for a specific type of person, or that if you've started in a particular career path, you can never change again. And industry leaders should normalize women in leadership, right? So you make sure that you put them out there, you let them be the face of some of company initiatives, and tell stories about how women have succeeded. Let's make it normal in the workplace. Yes, that would help challenge some of these stereotypes.
Oh, wow. Thank you for that. Okay, now, finally, before I let you go, do you mind telling us about the future outlook, right? Because looking ahead, what structural changes are mostly needed to ensure women not only participate, but also thrive and also lead in the tech industry?
So definitely some structural changes like equitable pay. Make sure you are paying women right. This encourages women to participate. Let hiring be transparent. Have leadership initiatives for women. Develop the talent of women as well. Organizations can do that. Have intentional talent development for women to encourage them. An inclusive culture is really important. Accommodations for women, policies that support women in the workplace can help them thrive. and just initiatives that encourage diversity. And with this, women will not just participate, they will lead, and organizations will be able to benefit from the unique skills that they bring to the table, because the systems will be designed to support them. And then, of course, women in return will contribute passionately to the organization and help them achieve their value.
Oh, wow. We've been talking to Damilola Ojo. She's a tech and product manager. We want to thank you so much for your presence on our Business Morning segment this morning and for so much insights you've been able to unveil. Thank you so much for your time and have a great day. And Business Morning will be right back after this break. Don't go anywhere. It's still the Business Day television breakfast show. Stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy, and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere. Welcome back to Business Morning, still on Business Day Television Breakfast Show. And I'm moving on to the second conversation for today, talking about women in tech still. Now, talking about the strategies for growth, impact, and leadership. Now, a growing movement is reshaping the tech landscape in Africa. One that's driven by women and focused on breaking barriers in an industry long dominated by men. Our tech correspondent reports on how one Nigerian entrepreneur is leading the charge for growth, impact, and even leadership among women in tech. Now, there are different communities in this tech, helping women transition into high-demand tech careers, even without coding background, through cohort-based learning, mentorship, and job placement support. Now, since launching women into the tech, it has been tackling one of the industry's most persistent challenges and the gender gap. Experts note that biases, lack of awareness, and limited access to tech education continue to hinder women's participation across Africa's digital economy. Different initiatives, however, are creating opportunities by fostering inclusive communities and bridging the divide between talent and opportunity. Community events are also being organized, having teams becoming aspiring tech professionals, connect with mentors, industry leaders, peers, further strengthening women's presence in the tech ecosystem. As Africa's tech industry expands, empowering women with the tools, confidence, and leadership pathways they are needed so that it will play a key role in shaping the future of innovation. For many, the journey into tech is just beginning. Now, joining us is Bisola Oyekon. She's a UI and UX expert. I don't know if that description is right about you, Bisola. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. It is right. Thank you.
So good to have you. Now, very quickly, right? Concerning your personal journey and motivation, right? What defining moment in your career actually shaped your decision to pursue leadership within the tech ecosystem, especially as a woman?
When I was getting into tech, I realized that there was very, very little access and opportunity for women in the tech space. And over the time, I saw myself speaking out more, talking about having these conversations. So with time, I realized that leadership was the best way for me to actually have an impact and to drive this conversation and to encourage more women to enter these tech spaces. Thank you.
Okay, now talking about breaking barriers, right? Women still face structural and even cultural barriers in tech. From your experience, what or which obstacles do you think are the most persistent, and how can they be practically dismantled?
Lack of awareness and lack of opportunities, especially the fact that this is a very male-dominated industry, has been some of the barriers and some of the obstacles women have been facing. And to actually be able to dismantle these barriers or these obstacles, we need to start like encouraging women, letting them know that this isn't just a male-dominated, this isn't just something that belongs to men. It is something women can also, it is like an industry women can also be in. So like providing mentorship programs, providing sponsorship programs, these are the things that would actually encourage women actually speaking about it, and providing fundings. They're like the things that would actually help women to be more encouraged to be within these spaces, within these tech spaces. Yeah.
Okay. You strike me like, someone with so much passion, for the leadership aspect of tech. Now, talking about your leadership style, right? How would you describe your leadership philosophy? And how has being a woman actually influenced the way you lead teams and even make decisions?
I would say my leadership style is intentionality and clarity. So I always make sure that my expectations and my intentions are very clear to my team. And also, I foster a very healthy environment so that everybody knows that their voice will be heard, their opinions actually matter. And I've also realized that being a woman has made me more empathetic without also like lowering my standards. So I always make sure that I'm intentional and my expectations are also known, while also letting people know that they can talk and they can always freely come to me about anything.
Okay. I'm talking about growth strategies, right? What was the deliberate strategy, or what deliberate strategies should women in tech adopt, to actually accelerate career growth beyond entry and mid-level roles?
For leadership for women, I've realized that actually building relationship with other leaders has helped. Also, building your personal brand, speaking out about yourself also helps. And proactivity, it is very, very important for you to be proactive. You shouldn't wait for people to tell you what to do before you know what to do. If you're in a team of people, always be proactive. Always go for roles that enables you to have a lot of decision makings. These are the ways with which people will see you as not just a junior and not just a mid level, but more of a senior person. So these are like the things women can do. Thank you
so much on that. Okay, moving on, talking about skill, right? Skill versus visibility, right? Skill versus visibility. Many women actually focus on competence, but they struggle with visibility, right? So how can women in tech better position themselves, for recognition and advancement?
I would say visibility is about communication, speaking out, advocating for yourself. Because at the end of the day, nobody knows what you do. You are the one that know what you do. So just going out, showcasing your work, demonstrating your work online. If you have any win, going on LinkedIn, letting people know. These are the ways with which you could actually make yourself visible. Don't just be quiet. Even when you're in a meeting, always make sure, like even if the meeting is a very small meeting, like a meeting of like a small group of people, always let your voice be known, always speak out, always self-advocate. These are the ways with which women could show their visibility and not just their competency.
Okay, now talking about impact and innovation, how do you think women can? How can women leaders ensure that technology solutions are not only innovative, right, but also socially impactful and even inclusive?
When it comes to inclusivity, we need to ask questions like who are the people that are excluded? Who are the people that will be benefiting? Who are those that would not be benefiting? These questions will enable us to know how we can be very, very inclusive. Also advocating for transparency, advocating for diversity, because when you have like a group of people from different backgrounds, there's always a very high chance that whatever technology you invent would also be diverse, would also be very inclusive. So also advocating for inclusive policy in whatever organization you are. These are like ways with which you are not only making your technology innovative, but you're also making it inclusive for people.
Wow, thank you for that. Now, concerning mentorship and sponsorship, right? In your view, right, Bisola, what is the difference between mentorship and sponsorship? And why do you think both critical, or why do you think both are critical for women rising in tech? And mentorship.
I would say mentorship is providing guidance, providing support, providing advice for a much junior person. And why sponsorship is about providing opportunity and access. And in a society or in an industry that is very, very male dominated, where you see very little women within the space, it is always very, very good to actually provide all these opportunities, provide all these mentorship programs that can encourage them and that can motivate them. Because even a lot of women are very motivated to be within this space, but there's no sponsorship for them. There's no access. There's no funding. There's no opportunities. So creating these opportunities would be very, very important in actually encouraging women to thrive within the space. Thank you.
Talking about policy and ecosystem support, right? What role should government, private sector players, and even tech hubs play in creating a more enabling environment for women in technology?
All play a lot of roles. In terms of government, there's so many things the government can do. They could support inclusive policy that can encourage women. They could also provide funding, which is like one of the major things like women need right now. They need as much funding as possible. And lastly, they need education and training, because even funding without training is just, it's useless, because they can't really do anything if they do not have the knowledge. In terms of private sectors could help by supporting inclusive hiring. So when you're hiring, make sure that there's equality within your hiring. Don't just hire just male and leave the women out of it. So make sure that both are very equal. And also, when it comes to pay gap and transparency between pay, ensure that your pay is equal, so that the women wouldn't be discouraged not to pursue what they want because they feel like the pay wouldn't be as equal as their male counterparts.
Oh,
and
wow.
in the tech hub and in the tech for the tech hub, they could also provide community and provide mentorship and provide like role models for people, so that the women don't just feel like they are just alone in this journey, but they have other people with them.
All right, then. Moving on, let's talk about the future of women in tech, right? The future of women in tech. But looking ahead 5 to 10 years, how do you see the role of women evolving in Africa's and the global tech landscape?
I see women thriving a lot, especially with the rate with which things are going. I see women in leadership position, women leading companies, leading organizations. I also see them leading different innovative technology, like future innovative technology, like AI. I see the gender barrier reducing, like the gender barrier between the male and the female reducing a lot. So I see women doing a lot in the future.
I want to thank you for that. But before we let you go, can you just advise, give some advice to young women? What is your strongest advice to young women who actually aspire, leadership roles in tech but feel discouraged by slow progress or even gender bias? Because gender bias, I tell you, puts a lot of slow moves to women. It's a whole lot of limitation right there.
That keep showcasing your work, keep demonstrating your work, keep speaking out, keep talking about yourself, keep self-advocating. It might feel slow right now because again, you like nothing just happens all of a sudden. It might feel slow, but eventually with time, you would see the value of all your efforts. So just keep pushing and everything will be good.
You know, I was just wondering, we didn't even really know those things that you're so proud of that you've done. What are those technology that you have actually done that you're proud of that you feel you should let me know?
I'm proud of the things like because I've worked in various sectors like AI and finance, and I've also noticed that in my team is always very we always have very little women joining. So I've been very I always try to speak out and talk about like women coming into the spaces because again the world is getting bigger and we actually need more women actually coming into these spaces. So I've actually done a lot of things in AI, in finance, in business management. So it's mainly advocating, creating communities, creating like a safe space for people, for women especially, to know that this is something they can do, to see that if I can do it, then they too can do it. So these are like the things I've done within tech space.
Wow. Okay, so Bisola, before we let you go, I seem not to want to just let you go because I'm really inspired by, what you are doing and what you're advising other young women and what you're also training others to delve into. We know that the world has evolved, right? So if like a young boy or a young girl, like maybe in their early teen age, want to come into tech, what advice would you give to their parents?
I would tell their parents not to hold them back because there's like, especially in Nigeria and Africa, there's this bias and stereotype they have to things related to computer and tech. Please do not hold your children back. There's no terrible thing that would happen. You're giving them a chance because tech is like a industry you can enter without having a BSc or even a master's. So these are like ways with which people could actually get what they want, thrive. So try not to hold your children back. Try not to because you have certain stereotypes about computers or certain stereotype about the tech industry, then you try to take them back. Please do not do that. So these are the advice I would give parents, and also try to give them access, give them the exposure that they need. And also try to find ways with which you can find people that can mentor them because these are very, very important for your children.
Are there schools, are there robotics schools, are there artificial intelligence schools that children can actually enroll? Like, for instance, when they are in their holiday season, like now, are there holiday schools? Are there schools that they can actually enroll to actually, even when they are in session, are there schools that they can enroll to actually help develop them and train them into becoming tech experts?
Yes, there are loads of schools. Some of them are like YouTubers, Soten. There are loads of schools they can enroll them, especially in Nigeria. These things are booming right now. And it's not just about schools, even with your phone, without going anywhere. When I was getting into the tech space, all I had was my phone. And that was how I started. Wow. Browsing, doing my own research, learning on my own. You don't even have to go to school. Just open your YouTube and just type in UX design. You'll see loads of materials. Wow. There are also loads of communities online. There are loads of people that are willing to help. There are people like me that are willing to help people just so that they can get into this field. So you don't even have to go to a school. All you need is a phone. All you need is an internet, and you will be able to get in.
Wow, you've given us a lot of unveiling towards the tech community and so much encouragement down there, Bisola. Thank you so much. We want to thank you for your time and for everything so intelligently displayed on our business segment, Business Morning segment this morning. And we really do appreciate you. I want you to enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much, Priscilla.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. And that's all we have for you on our Business Morning today. Thank you for staying with us as we tracked the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are stronger when backed by the right information. I am Destiny Momo. Do stay tuned for more updates on Big Story with Elizabeth Musa. And join us again tomorrow for yet another edition of Business Morning on The Breakfast Show. Good morning.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution, providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Cryptocurrency markets are under pressure with prices sliding sharply and confidence weakening. Bitcoin has fallen below $86,000, down about 4% in the past 24 hours, extending its retreat from the October high above $126,000. The sell-off has been broad. Ethereum is trading below $3,000 with losses spreading across layer 1 and layer 2 tokens, decentralized finance and centralized platforms. Forced selling has intensified with about $583 million in liquidations over the past day as long positions were unwound. Now, market sentiment is turned sharply negative. The crypto fear and greed index is at 11, signaling extreme fear, while roughly 3/4 of the top 100 cryptocurrencies are trading below their key moving averages. So the question is this a routine correction or a deeper reassessment of risk in the crypto market? Well, to help us unpack this and so much more, what's driving the sell-off and what it means for users, I'm joined by Vivian Mbene. She's the Chief Operating Officer at BREIT. Welcome to the show, Vivian.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's good to have you here this morning. Now, let's start with the conversation. Now, Bitcoin has dropped below $86,000 and the liquidations have crossed $583 million. Can you tell us what really is the main trigger behind this sudden wave of panic we're seeing?
Okay, so first things first, we all know crypto is not stable. It's an incredibly volatile market. So fluctuations like this are normal. But this sell-off is huge, not as huge as the one that happened a couple of months ago, where there was almost $19 billion in liquidations. So at least people can rest from that one and moving forward now. But it just signifies that the market is currently over leveraged. So people have long positions open. That means there was sentiment that we're in a bull run and prices will keep on rising. And unfortunately, it has taken a different turn. So that's why we're seeing the increase in leverage positions. And obviously, when you predict that a market would be rising, you put your money in to make gains, and then you get liquidated out, it would cause fear and panic in the market. So that's why we're seeing what we are seeing right now.
And so you don't think it's anything for people to worry about? Because I remember the one we had a few months ago, we saw some people going to commit suicide and all of that.
It's sad, but it's definitely, that's where risk management comes into play. There's a general rule of thumb that you shouldn't risk 1 to 2% of your capital in leverage or positions like this, because they can have dire effects. As crypto can move up sharply, it can also take a downturn as fast as possible. So to ensure that you're safe in taking trades like that, you shouldn't risk more than you're able to bear. You know, for some people, it can seem as a get rich quick scheme,
yes,
right? So you see the possibility of making thousands or millions of dollars and you go head in, but you don't recognize that there are people that have been in this game
for a longer
for
time,
a very long time. And when you go, it's a dog eats dog world. So if you are not incredibly skilled and if you don't prioritize risk management, people will take your lunch money, and that's what's happening now.
People will take your lunch money. So, you know, I'm actually now curious then, when you say risk management, I mean, you are the CEO of BREIT, COO of BREIT.
Yes.
You know, are there, I mean, precisely for people who, you know, trade the crypto, are there like some risk management lessons somewhere that people could take, or you're just talking in terms of on a broad basis?
Yes, I can mention a few. Like I mentioned, you shouldn't go ahead all in with your capital in the first instance. So you risk a percentage that is workable for you, that you can still bounce back, because 100%, let's say for instance you have 100,000 naira and you go into a leverage position with that. If you lose 50% of that money, you have to make 100% of your money back to cover it. So if you lose 50,000 naira, that means you have 50,000 naira left. So now you are looking at making 10,000, now you have to make 100% to be able to get back to your original position.
Yeah.
And that brings sentiment into it. You're nervous, you're anxious, you want to do weird things to make the money back, and then you end up losing it. So the first thing is to try to remove your emotions out of it as much as possible, because we are human beings. Emotions are normal, and it's actually even expected. That's why you can see the fear and greed index.
Yeah.
So that doesn't talk about the direction of the market. It's market sentiment. It's how I feel about it. How do you feel about it? And then we just take the pulse of what the market players are feeling. So if 100,000 people or 1 million people are feeling fear, of course the number would come really down, and it would reflect in the index. So the first thing is to try to don't be emotional about your trades or whatever you're getting into. The second one is to apply risk management strategies, like a percentage of your capital and earnings. And the third one, I would say crypto moves very well with information. So you have to be informed. You have to be online, Twitter, whatever groups, to just get information as it's happening, so you can make informed choices on your trade. So you don't just leave it and expect it to grow for you. So yeah, that's it.
I've heard it's a lot of work to actually do. Like, you have to be super focused if you want to do any of this sort of trading.
I would say you need to be conscious and aware. It's not something you can passively do, except you want to be a passive investor. Like people that bought Bitcoin 15 years ago, they're like, how will I put it? I think almost 300,000% in profits now. So if you want to do that, you can buy a solid asset and then forget about it. But if you're entering positions, and that is what we are having a conversation on now, leverage positions, you can't be passive. You actually have to keep your eyes peeled.
Very active.
Exactly. It's as to what is happening in the world in general, and then look at the charts and what's happening on there too.
Right. And we're seeing that the long positions have been wiped out as skill. What does this actually tell us about how leveraged the market is right now?
Like I mentioned earlier, I would say the market is incredibly over leveraged, and the market took a different turn from what people were expecting it to go. So that's why the liquidations happened. So it has obviously affected market sentiment as well. I think you mentioned we're on 11 now, right? Yeah, but then there's this rule of thumb that you should buy the fear and sell the greed. So which would mean when people are afraid, that's the best time to buy, because rates are the prices are down. And then when there's greed, that's the best time to sell, because there's more liquidity coming into the market and people are excited about it. But then you still need to be cautious so you don't catch a falling knife. So there's that thing, because when you say, okay, this is the dip, and I think there's a meme of it, when the dip keeps dipping, and then you still lose your money even though you're in a dip. So you just have to be wary and conscious of your positions.
Right. And speaking of buying this fear and selling the greed, right? We have also seen that the crypto fear and greed index is at 11, which you'd mentioned, which signals extreme fear. In your experience, how reliable is sentiment as a market indicator?
Okay. Like I said, the fear and greed index, it doesn't indicate price action. It is sentiment, the pulse of the market, what people are feeling at a particular time. So when we say buy the fear, it's obviously the prices are really low now. And you can get in at a good price. So that's why people say buy the fear, because there is this assumption that after the fear, like nothing is ever a straight line in this life now, in crypto as well. So there are constant fluctuations. So common sense will tell you if something is down now, there's a chance of it going up. So that's why the line of buy the fear and sell the greed. So when it's up again and people are excited, there's liquidity coming into the market and everything, they're not like, okay, yeah, you can sell at this point, be cautious and sell. But still, yeah.
And many of the top cryptocurrencies are now trading below both their 50-day and 200-day moving averages. Now, for everyday investors, which we have, what does this also technically signal for them?
Okay, so there is a common there's a common assumption that we are still in a bull run. Like it is not the down. I think there's a level we'll hit. I think around 70s. That will be like, okay, yes, this is a bear market at this point. But there's still hope and sentiment that the prices will still go up eventually, even if it takes weeks or months. But there's still going to be. This is not a permanent downtrend also for this period. So yeah, so with this with the index now showing fear, it just means that there is a good buying opportunity for people that are interested in getting in. But I would also put a disclaimer: this is not financial advice. Do your research.
Do your own research.
Do your own research.
And also, is this kind of downturn that we're seeing, is it more about market structure, technicals, or are there some broader macroeconomic factors at play here?
Okay, so in the short term, I'll say the downtrend is a short term.
Short term. Okay.
Yes, we're still looking at it going up, but then there are other factors. When there is liquidity in the market, that means there's more money in the market. That means there is more money in circulation. People are buying what you're trying to sell. But I think now there's a lot less liquidity than there was earlier. Institutional inflows have reduced, and also we're in December. This is like a high spend time, so you see people are converting their coins, they're turning into real life gifts that they are giving their family and friends. So this is monies that are being pulled out of the market. So it's actually understandable the way the trend is going now, but we're saying that in a couple of months we can see an uptrend.
Right. And tokens linked to deepening and newer sectors appear to actually be leading the losses. Why are this segment, why are they particularly vulnerable during sell-offs?
Skepticism. Crypto requires belief. If all of us stop believing in crypto now, where would it stand if we decide to stop trading it? So the same thing with the newer coins. They require belief from people to not just in their functionality, but in their ability to survive this period. There are a lot of coins from the last bull run that have not made it, that they've literally disappeared. So it's understandable for people to want to be a lot more cautious with their money and stick with the big Bitcoin or ETH and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, I get that. But let's now come to the Nigerian, the African crypto markets. How exposed are we? I'm going to say we because I'm a Nigerian. How exposed are we to these global liquidations, especially those people who are trading through local platforms?
Nigeria is a very, very huge crypto market. I would say one of the biggest in Africa. And I think the world has started taking notice of that. So we are not immune to what is happening on the global stage. I would say on Brits currently, we're experiencing, there's a lot of we're getting influx of transactions of people converting their crypto to cash. It means they want to spend. This is liquidity that is being pulled out of the market as well. Yes, you're seeing people converting their money to real life naira that they can spend, use to buy gifts, help family and friends, throw parties, enjoy dirty December. So Nigerians are not immune. I would like to, I would say, especially with how global the world is, Nigerians are very involved in the crypto space. I would say one of the strongest markets in Africa, right? So we're kind of leading it. So definitely we're also feeling what the global space is feeling and experiencing, and then we're also playing our own parts. When you trade, you convert, you move money around. So yeah, I would say Nigeria is feeling it as well.
And in moments like this, what should crypto users, what should we be paying attention to beyond the price movement? What else should we be paying attention to?
I'll say, to be honest, my number one advice for anybody in like the crypto space is primarily risk assessment. Knowing what your pocket is comfortable with holding. Would you like to hold more? are you trying to catch the dip from what if it gets deeper, you understand? So it's knowing and not trading or not moving with emotions. Like if you've successfully 2x'd your money and you want to get out of the market, that's fine. If you have purchased something long term, you stick to your trading plan. So if you've created a trading plan that has worked for you in the past, you stick to it and not be emotional about it, and you'll be fine.
All right. And sharp corrections like this, do they actually weaken long-term confidence in crypto, or are they a natural part of the cycle?
I would say they're a natural part of the cycle because it's to be expected. We've experienced this with crypto over the years, and prices that were once thought of as impossible has been smashed. Like, who would have thought BTC would reach the heights that it's reached, right? So coming from something that was trading for literal cents years ago. So I would say sharp corrections like this, as long as there is knowledge and education, people are understanding what crypto is about, and this also boosts adoption of crypto, where people are not so apprehensive about it as much as the previous years. There are new entrants bringing in new liquidity. There will always be corrections, but the market always bounce back.
Right. And finally, you've spoken a lot about risk management. What does this episode actually offer about risk management in crypto market, especially for the newer entrant, the younger participant? What does this actually teach? What are the lessons?
Okay, so for anybody trying to get into crypto, or you're fresh into crypto, get as much information as possible. Give yourself, listening to shows like this are important, because you can pick up one or two things that will be useful in your crypto journey, but don't silo yourself in your education. Be open to news, to getting information from Twitter or whatever your news sources are, as long as they are reliable. Make yourself comfortable with crypto terms, understanding the fear and greed index. There are a number of things, and also it's not hard. It seems hard because they're like, it seems hard because they're like different terms, right, that people keep throwing around.
A lot of things.
Yeah, but the more you are in the space, the more you're familiar with it, it just becomes like a part of you. Nobody was born with crypto knowledge, right? But it's the more you keep exposing yourself to it, being in that space and learning about it. And also, don't think of it as a get rich quick scheme. You will lose your money. It's so sure that you will lose your money. Like, I'm 99.999% sure that you lose your money if you go in with that kind of emotion, right? So drop your emotion at the table and work on a trading plan, and then go on from there. You'll be fine.
So basically, think investment, not get rich quick.
Exactly. And then look for the utility in these coins. So there are coins that are spendable. So now there are new coins that come up every day. In fact, I would say, as we're having this conversation, I'm sure a new coin has been launched.
Really?
In fact, I would say multiple new coins have been launched. So don't get caught up in the frenzy of trying to turn 100 naira to 100 billion naira, right? Do your own research. Important to don't take people's word at face value. Do your own research. Be open to crypto education, and then sticking to your trading plan, you'll be good.
Right. And just before you go, I noticed that when you're talking about gaining knowledge, research, I noticed that you've mentioned Twitter a lot.
Yes.
And I've also observed that many crypto traders often mention Twitter. Is that like the go-to platform?
Yes, I'd say crypto communities, they're heavy on Twitter, Telegram, so that's where we use more often than not. You can also get crypto. There are people that dissect the crypto information and they carry it on to other platforms. But I'll say the large community of crypto users are on those platforms, and Discord and Discord too.
Right. Any final words?
Risk management. Risk management is very, very important. And then once you're in a crypto game, and obviously when you want to dirty your December, you know where to trade your cryptocurrency.
Certainly. All right. Thank you so much, Vivian Mbene, COO of breeds. Thank you so much for joining us
It's a
this
pleasure.
morning.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
The show, and this is the social listening segment. This is where we take a look at some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I'm here with
Destiny Mama.
Right, let's see some of the stories making the rounds on social media this month. The first conversation is a sharp criticism from former Ondo State First Lady Betty Anyanwu Akeredolu over how the Senate screened ambassadorial nominees. Now, she questioned the seriousness of the exercise, asking if it was a joke, and described the screening as a circus that ended up demarketing female nominees. According to her, male committee members were unnecessarily intrusive and did not allow the women to properly present themselves to Nigerians. She said that the process looked unserious and childish, especially when compared to ambassadorial screenings in the United States, where nominees are thoroughly grilled because the role is serious business. Well, that's the story coming out of social media this morning with Betty Akeredolu blasting Senate over a bowl screening. And I like how, the analogy she made. I mean, this is serious business. We're not going to just do it shabbily, like we're making jokes, especially when we look at our, I like to say our counterparts in other countries. They take these things as serious business, but you see that when we're seeing things going on in our Senate, in our National Assembly, looks like we're joking.
You know, the truth is, the technocrat thing, right? It does not really ring a bell in this part of the world, in Nigeria, you know, or in Africa. But I want to deal with Nigeria because that's what I know about. You know, here people just get compensated because they are in a particular political party. Now I'm happy that Betty Akeredolu is an outspoken woman. Do you understand?
And educated.
And educated as well. And a lot of times people have disagreed with her and even, you know, called her names because of her late husband and all of that. But that did not deter her. She still came out boldly to say what she has noticed. But that's the truth. It's serious business every other place. Imagine an individual that's going to be representing your country all over the world. Like, this person is representing... Do you understand? It's just like, okay... I say, okay, wow, a noble person like Elizabeth Musa is the ambassador, the Nigerian ambassador too. Do you understand? I know you're going to represent because you are productive and result oriented. Now, you are also a technocrat in your field, and definitely you will image make your country, and then you're gonna be there. You identify as Jordan, a patriotic Nigeria, and whatever concerns Nigeria that is beginning to cause, you know, rancor in that nation. When they come to you, they know that yes, you're going to defend us well. But you don't just carry just every Tom, Dick, and Harry and just go and put there. Now this woman would have put out this level of anger because, of course, the people that are there. I'm sure she knows their CV,
what they're about,
and she knows whatever it is that she has a testimony or two about, you know, what they are on and about.
You know, I like that question where she said, "Is this a joke?" I've asked that question a couple of times this past week. But let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. Well, that's one from Ikedine. He says, "Now she wants things done properly because she's not in power again. They've been doing take a bow and go for even ministerial nominees before now. She didn't speak up when she was first lady. She should maintain the same energy." Atigbami says, well said. It wasn't the proper screening, but I don't really expect much from the Nigerian Senate, as most of them don't even deserve the seat in the first place. That's another angle. Chris Dan says, finally, someone is calling out this mockery of merit. When ambassadorial screening becomes a theater of applause rather than accountability, our diplomacy suffers. Do we have one more reaction? Olaweko says, if they grill them too much and disqualified any female nominee, the same woman will say the government is against women. She's just crying because she knows Onga will wire her soon.
Well, I think most of the reactions are not... They're from a place of provocation, a place of, you know, what has been happening over time. Yes, she has enjoyed being a first lady, but it doesn't still stop the fact that, you know, she's a Nigerian and can still air her, you know, her view. And whatever people are saying, I mean, on this tweet, most of them, like I said, are coming from a place of bias, as a matter of fact. Now, what she's actually not happy about is the fact that women maybe are not given the chance to actually do this job, because she knows that when a woman steps in to take her cause, I mean, she really does it like with all of her heart, you know, and judging from the fact that women are multitaskers and women are very intelligent when they are ready to do stuff like this, especially, you know, representing the country.
Let's move on to another issue Nigerians are talking about, and this one is still in the Senate, but it's about their decision to involve security agencies over fake death rumors. Now, the Senate has asked the DSS and the National Security Advisor to identify and punish those behind false reports claiming that the Senate President Godswill Akpabio and the former head of state, Yakubu Gowon, were dead. Now, this motion followed widespread social media posts claiming that Akpabio died in London, even though he was actively presiding over Senate sessions. Now, similar rumors are also spread about Yakubu Gowon, who was reportedly attending a Christmas carol service in Abuja at the time. Lawmakers warned that such misinformation is dangerous and capable of causing panic and instability. I never would I never subscribe to wishing anyone death, regardless of whatever it is that you think they've done or however you think that their crimes may be. Honestly, I just think that that's too much.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the Christian
the issue of
in me.
yes, but it's been happening all over social media that people no longer really see these things as they just want to get the facts. But you just saying that somebody is dead, somebody with such a high profile is dead, will actually ring a lot of bell and make people wonder why, and make people anxious to want to know if actually it happened. Now, for the fact that the Senate is saying that they want to come all out to people that are spreading such rumors, because of course it's happening to the number 3 man in the nation. It's quite understandable, but these things have been happening, and it's not as if to say, okay, God forbid, it never really happened. Now, it didn't happen, right? But it has been happening that when our politicians fall sick, they don't stay back here for treatment, right? Now it's not the same case as wishing him dead. They don't stay back here for treatment, but that's not the case. Now the case now is that there's a rumor that he died, he collapsed rather, and then he was flown to London, and then they want to put a check to it. It is good they put a check to it, because like you said, it is never a good thing to wish anyone dead. Talk less of someone that is in office. Now, when the deputy governor of Bayelsa State died last week, people felt it was a rumor, and then it came in as a fact, and it is never a good thing to die in office. Trust me.
When is there very good?
No. I'm not saying there's a good time to die, but holding such a magnificent office and dying in it, is never a good thing. It will keep a lot of people stranded.
But I think people should just be very wary about. The other time they did something Wale Edun, I think they had put out something in Abuja where they were like. I just think it's firstly, it also speaks about the community that we are, the society that we are. Because if you have work, you won't go around peddling rumors of people's death, or even going as far as trying to prove that they are dead for whatever reasons.
Another thing is,
what have they done to you? If whatever it is, they just let God be the judge, and let whatever it is happen. But don't be the person to start peddling these rumors. It's just really jobless, and it's unfortunate. But we'll see some of the reactions on social media and see how some Nigerians are reacting to this conversation about Senate. King David Best says they can't track bandits and Boko Haram, but they can track harmless civilians. They actually know what they're doing. Emmanuel Isijola says, I love this move. Things like this shouldn't be thrown under the carpet. They should fish them all out and punish all of them. Lord Foster says, shameful priorities. They couldn't deploy this same urgency to hunt bandits, kidnappers, or terrorists. But suddenly, the security apparatus must move because of rumors about one man. This tells you everything. Power is protected. Citizens are expendable. That's a very weighty one. Do we have one more remark? Wispawn says, until now, the Senate has not mandated the NSA and DSS to track and investigate the 300 children still in captivity. LOL. So, well, from the reactions, you can see how people are feeling. People have different reactions to these things. It's not to say that they believe that people should peddling these rumors, but I think for people it's just the hypocrisy or the things that have been left double, what they call it, the double standards. Because things that have been left undone, things undone, and then you're giving priority to this one now. Just like that commenter said, I think it was second commenter that says power is protected and citizens are expendable. It's so true. Because now you want to be proactive. Exactly. Because that's the word. It's not being proactive in all of a different areas. You felt the need, But now you suddenly want to be proactive. It's unfortunate. But let's move on now and talk about another one on social media. This one has taken social media by storm for the past 2-3 days now, the start of the week. Popular TikToker Jarvis has, her name is also Elizabeth. by
Oh,
the way. Her name
wow.
is Elizabeth Amadou, and she's confirmed her breakup with fellow creator Pella, who's also known as Amzat, real name Amzat, following days of speculation and dramatic incident online. Now, Jarvis explained that Pella initiated the breakup, citing emotional pressure and mental strain. She denied cheating allegations and said that the decision was about healing and stability. The confirmation came shortly after Pella crashed his car during a live Instagram broadcast in what many describe as an emotional breakdown. He was later arrested by police for reckless driving. Jarvis has since appealed to the public to stop mocking Pella and instead show empathy as both of them take time to recover. Destiny, have you been following this conversation?
A bit. I like the duo,
story?
right? I like the duo, but I'm actually happy that there's a split because it somewhat became toxic, because it's, to me, they're still young, but that's not to say that they can't make decisions. They're over 18, so they are adults, if you ask me. But then again, when because of the publicity they have, and then the way they're publicizing their affair, and they gave public opinion to it. So whatever pressure they were getting was as a result of the public opinion that has mounted on their relationship. A lot of people are advising she shouldn't go back to him, because he might be toxic and all of that. Well, we know she's a calm girl. She didn't choose stardom, it chose her, so to speak, I think, for both of them. So they should just enjoy the moment. And if you have to stay away from each other to be able to, have things happen right for them, the better.
I think it's fair for them to stay apart for now.
For a bit, yeah.
Because they are both very young
Yeah.
at this point, and they're doing well in their careers. They have a very bright future ahead of them, which I think they can focus on at this time. Really, I don't even think this is time. This is me saying, I don't think this is time for relationships. If you ask me, if I was their manager or if I was their advisor. But one thing I've seen, and one thing that we talk about often, is they don't seem like they have proper advisors, because when you see some of things happening with them, you wonder why they're just doing all of these things. You don't have to be in relationship with people because of clout.
Yeah.
You don't have to be. You guys are both doing. You have a good AI mimicry career. You have a good streaming career. You don't particularly need to come together to build them to do anything or to be a force, because you guys are already force in your own by yourselves. So that's one thing I'm going to note at first. Secondly, I'm going to say that they're actually even very young for having this high profile kind of problem. When I say high profile, there are different levels of problems. There's no problem, but this problem is too much. You're too young for that. So when you get to what kind of problem do you want to have? If you're at this stage, you're already having serious emotional, at that age, I'm like, what am I doing? Serious emotional trauma. It's not good for you now. So you're going to have mental health challenges, depression, emotional strain, things that married people in their 40s are battling. Why are you battling it at night? So I think they need proper advisors. Honestly, it's not funny, because look at Bella being on live stream. Did you watch the live stream? I was like, what's this? And he just bought that car. So again,
these people are making money with this live stream. I know you're busy looking at this emotional side. What about the views that are giving him?
But then he went to that's even in another climb. That's actually a punishable offense. Attempted suicide is actually a punishable offense. That's also another thing to look at, because you're even telling us you want to commit suicide. Normally people want to commit suicide, you go and commit suicide.
It's a healing,
right? So you're even saying it to us, so we should come and help you. Someone in the comment section said that this person is not ready if you want to commit suicide. I'm not saying but I'm just going to say that they are just having childish.
There's a lot of loss. There's a lot of youthful exuberance, and there's a lot of. Well, then again, the funny thing about love, when it says that doesn't ask why, maybe they were in love, or maybe they're in love, or maybe just a big distraction on their path, finding themselves and
finding themselves
and finding success along the path, and then thinking that they were meant to stick together.
Again, I think this is also a first love type of thing. So we're making an analogy earlier this week, where we're analyzing their relationships and this. It seems like a first love situation. That first person that you opened your heart to in that type of way. It's always very hard. I'm sure you've been there. I've been there. So it's always very hard to that first person, even when you're young, right? And they now open their heart in a way that it's now even under public scrutiny. So it makes it even worse because at my time, at other people's time, maybe it's just you. It's hard. Exactly. You know how many times you do the hard breakup, you come back because that's like the first person. Because any other person that you meet, you would
just trying to adjust,
measure them based on that. Because when you open your heart first to somebody, you still have a lot to give, and then you've opened up, you're thinking, you've not experienced love in any other way. So by the time you meet some other people and whatever, you find yourself, you're going back you're breaking up, you're going back. That's what's happening with them. So one side of me says, oh, you guys have no business, but another side of me says, okay, it's good for you to have this experience.
When
you will have the
experience, already life-threatening,
and then you will get over it.
When it's already life-threatening, people can, come and say, oh, you guys, take a break, especially their parents.
But the thing in Nigeria, once your children start doing well, they become your God.
Exactly.
In Nigeria, no.
You can't even advise them.
Talk. I believe you. Even if your child starts doing well,
of course,
you will be a mom that can stand your ground. Nigerian parents, once you start making money, they don't even many. Because I'm not. They once start making money, they suddenly believe that you are alpha and omega because you are giving them money.
Very mature, no matter despite your age, you're not very mature.
So then you have forgotten your role.
Exactly.
Suddenly, in fact, the children have become your parents because now you're depending on them for
money. And the guy is even publicly disgracing his parents by saying that everybody are depending on him and he's tired, he cannot keep up with it.
Nigerian parents need to train the children so well that and be sufficient parents where your child, you can question, how did you get this money? Don't think because they suddenly are giving you money, then they now become your. That's what's happening. If you notice the trend with all these celebrities that go to Big Brother, go to all of these things, their parents come online, it's like this is their jackpot out.
Exactly.
And they start messing themselves up on social media. But my point is, for a case like Pella, Jarvis, what you're seeing is clearly the figures that should be guiding them now. Obviously, they've failed. That's the word. They've actually failed because they are not doing what they should do, and that's because they felt that these people are now big, and because they feel that they're now big, suddenly you feel like you are too small to correct them. But that's also the problem we have in our country, where it's like once people have money, once people are famous, you suddenly see yourself as lesser. It should not be.
It shouldn't be.
And that's the challenge that they are having right now, where people can't guide them because you want to guide them like, where's your Benz?
What do you have? How much do you have in your bank account to be able to stand or to talk to me or to advise me?
Because now the problems. Anyway, I wish Jarvis, I wish Pella, I wish them the best. I know this is a first love situation. I hope that they will eventually find a way around it. I hope that they find good guidance.
People actually like them together.
It's for entertainment.
Yes, people just expect that but they can still do content together without even having a relationship.
Exactly.
People expect that, like, if they see Pella now, they should be seeing Jarvis. They're already used to.
Again, it's just for entertainment. You know how many times she would say they broke up, then they had like an agreement to just retain an online relationship. It's tiring. Again, like I said, these are problems that Brad Pitt, people that were older, used to have. You're too young for all of this. So
to put yourself into that kind of stress.
So when you get to like, I'm already exhausted, and that's at this stage. So I'm wondering, it's too long. It's too much. They should go and look at the likes of child stars like Justin Bieber, right?
And how they are right
and
now.
So again, it's a lot. So they just need right now. They need proper guidance. One thing I know is I mean I see Jarvis a lot. She has a good head on her shoulder, but I do hope that our parents, because obviously I think I do hope that they just have like the right people that are not taking advantage of them,
of course,
using them for their own
clout chasing and all.
For their own pocket, because some of the people that they have on their management will also be encouraging whatever it is that they have because it's bringing money for them.
They should continue.
It's a selfish situation.
Continuity should be the order of the day because of what selfish gains, in all of that.
I wish Jarvis and Pella the best. I pray that they find a way around this situation. They do what's best. If they decided to split, I think it's a good one. They'll be fine eventually. They have a very bright future ahead of them.
Exactly.
But that's why we leave it this morning on the social listening segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Destiny Mama. To have a great day.
Yeah, stay safe.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown. Let's take a look at the key business stories shaping today's headlines. Nigeria spent 105% of revenue on salaries, debt servicing. Tinubu overhauls energy regulators as NUPRC, NMDPRA CEOs step aside. PENCOM begins disbursement of 758 billion naira pension bond to retirees. Nigerian ban wood exports nationwide, revokes existing licenses. NCAA approves return of commercial flights at Ibadan Airport. Let's begin with news in Nigeria, where debt servicing and personal costs consumed more than the federal government's entire revenue in the first 7 months of 2025, as earnings fell and capital spending suffered deep cuts, according to official budget documents. An analysis of the 2026 to 2028 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper published on Wednesday by the Budget Office of the Federation shows that between January and July, the federal government earned 13.67 trillion naira, far below the pro rata revenue target of 23.85 trillion naira. The result was at 10.19 trillion naira shortfall, equivalent to about 42.7%, underscoring continued pressure on public finances, despite earlier assurances from President Bola Tinubu that Nigeria had met its revenue goals for the year. Dividends from the government-linked entities such as Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas and Development Finance institutions also underperformed, generating 104.64 billion naira against an expected 428.7 billion naira. Some non-oil lines revenue also showed strong performance during the period. Company income, tax collections rose to 2.54 trillion naira, slightly exceeding the prorated target of 2.4 trillion naira. However, these gains were offset by significant shortfall in other revenue streams. Moving on, President Bola Tinubu has quickly reshaped Nigeria's energy regulatory landscape following the departure of the chief executives of 2 key petroleum agencies, marking the most significant leadership change in the regulatory sector since the passage of the Petroleum Industry Act 4 years ago. Farouk Ahmed resigned as chief executive of Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, while Gbenga Komolafe stepped down as head of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. Bayo Nunuga, presidential spokesman, announced the changes Wednesday evening, hours after Ahmed was summoned to the presidential villa for a closed-door meeting with Tinubu. The statement made no mention of the corruption allegations against Ahmed, describing both dispatcher as resignations. The dual exit came days after billionaire industrialist Aliko Dangote submitted a corruption petition against Ahmed to anti-graft authorities. The president has written to the state requesting that confirmations of Orishe Miyiwa as the new chief of NUPRC and Sadu Mohammed as CEO of NMDPRA. Both nominees bring extensive oil and gas experience to roles that will provide critical as Nigerians seek to revive investors' confidence and boost petroleum productions. Looking ahead, the Director General of the National Pension Commission, Mrs. Omolola Oluworarun, says the Commission has commenced the disbursement of the 758 billion naira bond approved by the federal government. Oluworarun spoke at the Pension Revolution Summit in Abuja, disclosing that the bond approved by the President Bola Tinubu in February has already been cashed. The fund is to clear outstanding pension liabilities owed to retirees. According to our pension assets in Nigeria have now grown to about 27 trillion naira, a development she attributed to bold decisions and structured reforms under the Pension Revolution 2.0 initiative. She confirmed that over 600 billion naira has been disbursed to settle arrears, marking a significant milestone in addressing pension obligations. She described the launch of Pension Revolution 2.0 as the most comprehensive reforms agenda in Nigerian pension industry since 2004. Meanwhile, Nigeria's federal government has imposed an immediate nationwide ban on the export of wood and allied products, revoking all previously issued licenses and permits. The decision was announced on Wednesday by the Minister of Environment, Lawal, during the 18th meeting of the National Council on Environment in Katsina State. Lawal disclosed that the ban is contained in a presidential executive order titled Presidential Executive Order on the Prohibition of Exportation of Foods and Allied Products 2025, which takes immediate effect. According to the minister, the The directive is aimed at curbing illegal logging and slowing the rapid dilapidation of the nation's forest resources. Nigerians have expressed sustained deforestation in recent decades, largely driven by commercial logging, agricultural expansion, and the widespread use of firewood. Under the order, security agencies and relevant government ministries have been directed to enforce the ban and take action against illegal logging activities nationwide. In other news, the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority has approved the commencement of scheduled flight operations at the Samuel Akintola Airport, Ibadan. The regulator's approval follows consecrated efforts by the Oyo State government to upgrade the Ibadan airport to international standards. As part of the upgrade, the state government implemented several infrastructure projects, including the extension and widening of the runway, enhancement of the airfield lighting, the construction of 500,000-liter aviation fuel storage facility, and the development of a new protocol lounge, among other improvements. This was made known in a statement issued by the Special Advisor of the Oyo State Governor on Media, Dr. Suleiman, on Wednesday, December 17, 2025, in Ibadan. NCAA stated in the letter that it gave the approval after reviewing the update status of safety critical facilities, operational arrangement, and mitigation measures, which followed recent development at the additional information provided by FAAN. Still on, enrollment for the National Identification Number by Nigerians at home and abroad rose to 123.9 million in October 2025. This is according to the latest enrollment data released by the National Identity Management Commission. The NIMC data shows that the highest cumulative enrollment figure of over 13.1 million was recorded in Lagos State. The state has maintained the top spot since the beginning of the registration exercise, alongside Kano State, which occupies the second position with 11.5 million enrollment as of October 2025. In terms of the gender distribution of the enrollees, the NIMC data reveals that 69.7, representing 56.25% of Nigerians so far captured in the NIN database, are male. Despite the growth recorded in the NIN database, the October figure shows that NIMC is still far from the target it sets for itself this year. You're watching the Business News Hour. We'll take a short break now and return with more stories. Stay with us.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour. Moving on, Guinea Insurance PLC has authorized its board of directors to raise additional equity capital of up to 15 billion naira in order to comply with NICOM statutory capital requirement, strengthen its financial base, and support strategic growth objectives. The approval was granted at the company's extraordinary general meeting held virtually on Monday, December 17, 2025. Shareholders approved the increase of the company's minimum issued share capital from 4 billion naira, comprising 8 billion naira ordinary shares of 50 kobo each, to 19 billion naira, made up of 38 billion ordinary shares of 50 kobo each. As part of the resolutions, directors were authorized to issue up to 5.29 billion ordinary shares through a right issues subject to regulatory approvals. Shareholders also approved the waiver of the preemptive rights to an unsubscribed shares, granting the board the authority to allot such shares to other investors under a private placement arrangement. The board was further authorized to appoint professional advisor and undertake all necessary actions to ensure compliance with regulatory directives and the successful execution of the capital raising exercise. Still on, governors of the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory on Wednesday took firm steps ahead implementing nationally accepted solutions to the farmer elder crisis aimed at guaranteeing food security. The decision was taken at the virtual 155th meeting of the National Economic Council held on Wednesday, with the constitution of the Committee on Livestock Development to expedite the implementation of livestock production in Nigeria. Vice President Kashim Shettima, speaking at the meeting, tasked the governors with evolving what he described as practical, enduring, and nationally accepted solutions to the farmers to elder crisis, adding that such initiatives would guarantee food security in the country. The meeting followed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's charge to the Vice President last Wednesday during the Federal Executive Council meeting, urging governors who have constitutional authority over land to work out acceptable solutions to the farmers' herders crisis. The committee comprises of one representative from each of the Nigerian 6 geopolitical zones and will be chaired by the Kebbi State Governor, Nasiri Idris. The decision comes as the federal government intensifies efforts to resolve the long-running conflict between farmers and herders, a crisis that has continued to undermine food security across the country. In other development, on December 16th, the Central Bank of Nigeria announced the revocation of the operational licenses of ASO Savings and Loans as well as Union Home Savings and Loans. According to the circular announcing the revocation, both mortgage banks failed to meet the minimum paid-up share capital required for their license. The CBN also noted what the bank were critically undercapitalized with their capital adequacy ratio well below the minimum it prescribed. The timing of ASO Savings collapse, however, startled many investors. Just a week earlier, the stock has staged one of the strongest rallies on the Nigerian exchange this year. In a breakdown of the bank financial performance from 9 million naira in 2025, it shows that the bank had been insolent with a while and the winding up was inevitable. And now moving on to another news, Nigerian textile imports rose to 814.27 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2025, despite repeated claims by the federal government that it is reviewing the sector. Stakeholders noted that the rising importation signaled a weak local industry and a deepening dependence on foreign fabrics. Findings from the National Bureau of Statistics trade data show that the country imported textile and textile article worth 228.8 billion naira in the first quarter of 2025, 337.12 billion naira in the second quarter, and 248.3 billion naira in the third quarter, bringing the January to September total to 814.2 billion naira. The figures represent a 47.4% increase compared to 552.3 billion naira recorded in the corresponding period of 2024. Director General of the Nigerian Textile Manufacturers Association, Aman, stated that the rising import bills show that government policies on textile revival has remained largely rhetorical. He explained that following the lifting of the ban on textile imports, the government introduced a 10% levy with the understanding that the proceeds will be reinvested in the industry to improve competitiveness and reduce reliance on imports. To wrap up the Business News Hour segment, the Nigerian Customs Service has imposed a 3% penalty on designated banks that fail to remit collected revenues within the stipulated timelines following the discovery of lapses in remittances processed on its platform. The service said reconciliation of transactions revealed delays by some banks in transferring revenues due to federal government development. It noted undermines established and remittance obligation and poses risk to transparency, credibility, and effectiveness of government revenue administration. In response, the NCS said it has commenced enforcement actions in line with the service level agreement between the service and the designated bank aimed at safeguarding the integrity of revenue collection process. Under the new enforcement regime, any designated bank that fails to remit collected customs revenue within the agreed time frame will be charged penalty increase and rate at a rate of 3% above the prevailing Nigerian interbank offered rate for the period of default. The statement stressed that prompt, accurate, and complete remittance of custom revenue remains a fundamental obligation of designated banks. And this is much we can take on the Business News Hour this morning. Thank you for staying with me. My name is Glory Brown. Keep watching the Business Day television.
Information is everywhere, but insights That is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile?
for premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
In a world where change is constant, visionary leadership has become the key for long-term success.
This is why you should join hundreds of visionary directors.
Business and government.
Kidney disease is seemingly silent, coming in whispers, but the damage is loud. Your kidneys work for you every second, so return the favor by protecting them every day. Welcome to Health Matters, your #1 guide to health and wellness. I am Amanda Imosibue. Now, there's a rising chronic kidney disease prevalence rate ranging from 10% to 19% among adults. Estimates suggest that over 25 million Nigerians have chronic kidney disease, with rates often 10 to 19%, far exceeding global averages in some areas. It especially shows that the northeastern states have alarmingly high rates, with one community in Maiduguri having a 30% prevalence, nearly double the average global rate. Discussing in detail the rising prevalence of kidney disease is Dr. Lois Fashinal. Welcome, Dr. Lois.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Okay, so let's delve into this topic quickly.
Right.
What is chronic kidney disease?
Okay, chronic kidney disease is a long-term condition in which the kidneys, they lose the ability to perform their functions properly as a result of structural or functional damage. Now, chronic kidney disease can occur in adults or in children, but in children it's usually very rare because children have CKD, that's chronic kidney disease, is as a result of congenital malformations. It means that they are born with certain defects in the structure of their kidneys. Some are born with one kidney instead of two kidneys, and so we can see CKD in such cases, but it's more common in adults actually.
Okay. So before we look at the causes now, what age group, gender, or regions are more prone to chronic kidney disease?
According to studies, CKD is more common in adults older than 40 years. But recently, a lot of younger people, younger than 40, have been coming down with chronic kidney disease as a result of lifestyle factors, and so many other factors. For gender, both males and females can have chronic kidney disease. However, studies have shown that males have been seen to have more complications of this disease because of late presentation and in some cases lifestyle factors.
Okay, that lifestyle speaks something about the male gender.
Yes.
But now, so let's just look at the causes of kidney disease, chronic kidney disease.
Okay. There are so many causes of chronic kidney disease. However, in this interview, I'll just narrow it to the common ones, especially in our country, Nigeria. And one of the common causes of chronic kidney disease is hypertension, unregulated blood pressure. There are a lot of people that go about their daily activities. They don't even know they have high blood pressure. I know it is a disease that they call a silent killer, because people can have blood pressure as high as 180/110 and they are going about their daily activities. So when the blood pressure is unregulated for a very long time, it can cause chronic kidney disease. Another cause is diabetes mellitus. That's too much sugar in the blood, in layman terms. And when this sugar is too much in the blood for a long period of time, people can also come down with chronic kidney disease. Also, unregulated use of herbal remedies, herbal concoctions. This is very common in our country, Nigeria. A lot of people grew up taking herbal remedies. I have cough, my mom gave me this. I have catarrh, my mom gave me this. But with the advent of medicine, I believe that people should be able to do away with herbal remedies and seek for proper health care, because a lot of people take this unregulated herbal remedies and they just gulp so many quantities. They give this person 1 bottle, this person 2 bottles. It doesn't even ask, how many spoons should I take? As much as it may have worked for some people in the past, it is still not the best way to treat illnesses. If you go to a doctor, for example, it doesn't just give you medicine. It doesn't just say, take this medicine and just go. It tells you when to use it, how to use it, and when to stop the medication, and even the dosage. Take, for example, paracetamol. There's a dosage for every age group. There's a dosage for adults, there's a dosage for children. And so it doesn't just say take paracetamol. It tells you take 500 milligram, take 1000 milligram, stop after 3 days. Also, we have use of over-the-counter medications, excessive use of over-the-counter medications. Now people can walk into pharmacies and just buy medications without anybody asking them, what do you want, what do you need it for? I've seen cases in which people buy medications and use them like routine drugs, like you're eating every day, and it's not supposed to be that way. You're overworking vital organs in the body, you're overworking your liver, you're overworking the kidney. And so we have a lot of people, especially young people, take painkillers, all sorts of medications without doctor's prescription. We also have prostate enlargement in men, that causes an obstruction in the urinary tract. And then we have infections of the kidney, repeated infections in the kidney. We have recurrent UTI, glomerulonephritis, that's inflammation of the kidney tubules, and so many other rare causes, but those are the common ones.
Do you know why I smiled when we were talking about medication? Because I literally have a painkiller in my bag. So once that killer headache just comes, I'm popping it. But I'm learning every day. So
yeah, that's good.
Yes. So it's said that this chronic kidney disease is kind of a silent killer. So even as a silent killer, I believe that there would be some symptoms that your body gives you. So what are these certain symptoms that your body gives you that shows signs of chronic kidney disease?
So just like you said, CKD is mostly silent, especially in the early stages. And that's why, of course, later on in this interview, we'll talk about how you can prevent, how you can take note of important signals in your body. And so when CKD eventually presents with symptoms, we can see excessive fatigue, loss of appetite. Those ones are even common with several other illnesses. But specifically for CKD, we can see reduced urine output, because the kidneys, they help to excrete excess water, waste products, toxins, and so many other things that the body doesn't need out of the body. And so when there is a reduction in urine output, that is an important signal that something is wrong with the kidneys. In some people, you can see foamy urine. When person goes to urinate and the urine foams like there's detergent in the urine, it means that a lot of protein have been lost in the urine. And in some people, you can see dry, scaly, itchy skin. Dry, scaly, itchy skin. That's another common symptom you see in chronic kidney disease. In some people, you see puffiness because the kidneys are not able to excrete water and excess salt. This water now stays in the body, and so the person has a swollen appearance, swollen face, swollen feet, swollen hands, and just swollen all around. And then in some people, there is a persistently high blood pressure, because one of the functions of the kidney is to help to regulate some of the electrolytes in the body, excrete excess salt. And so when there's salt retention in the body, it's difficult to regulate the blood pressure. So those are like the common signs you will see.
Okay, so there's something we hear early detection saves life. So how often, at what phase of our lives do we go for these tests? How often should we go for these tests? And then what tests are done?
Okay, so now in modern medicine, emphasis is being placed on early detection, prevention, increased awareness, through screening, health campaigns, health education, and so many other means. And it's very important because the cost of healthcare in the country is very, very high. And so as much as possible, it is better to prevent. Prevention is better, is cheaper and healthier, you know, than cure. And so preventing the disease, screening is very important. For people that do not have hypertension, diabetes mellitus, or any family history of chronic kidney disease, at least once in 6 months, they should go for a general screening. When they go for a general screening, normally they should check so many things in the body. It's not just about the kidneys now. It's about your liver, your kidney function, it's about your brain health. You know, when you go for a routine workup, they check so many things. But for the sake of this interview, for CKD, they do what we call the kidney function tests, where they check urea, creatinine, and so many other parameters. They do a blood sugar test. You know, I said that diabetes mellitus, unregulated blood sugar, is one of the causes of CKD. And then they measure the blood pressure. So for young adults especially, at least once in 6 months, go for a workup, go for a checkup. Check your body, make sure everything is okay, and don't ignore signals in your body. You know, people have signals in their body. They can tell that this is not normal, but they're just like, as long as I'm walking about, there's no problem, I'm okay. You know, sometimes when you detect something early, it prevents it from spreading or growing beyond your control. And then for people that have history of hypertension, diabetes, or they have family members that have chronic kidney disease, at least once in 3 months. At least once in 3 months, they should go for a follow-up, they should go for a checkup, they should check their kidney parameters, they should make sure that everything is okay. For people that have hypertension and diabetes, it's important for them to go for their follow-up. Their doctors will tell them when to come back and recheck, you understand, so that they are sure that even the medications are working perfectly for the illness. You know, sometimes you have people with hypertension and diabetes that have been given certain medications, and they don't go back to their doctor for a follow-up to check if what they want to control in their body is being controlled properly. And you know, sometimes the needs of the body goes beyond the drug at that time, and you know, those parameters keep increasing and increasing, and person says things like, well, I've been using my medications, you know. So it's important to always go back to the doctor for a follow-up.
Okay, thank you very much. So now, what are the effects, the let's say the short-term and like long-term effects of chronic kidney disease?
Okay, chronic kidney disease is a financially draining disease. Yes, long-term, short-term, the complications they are just financially draining, you know, and it affects almost every organ in the body. You know, it affects the central nervous system that has to do with the brain, your coordination and everything. You know, it affects the heart. Person can come down with heart failure. You know, it can affect the liver. It can affect the lungs. So, and I told you that part of what kidney does is to take out excess water from the body. And so where there's fluid build up, that's fluid overload, it accumulates around the lungs, and the person starts having difficulty in breathing, and so there can be anemia. So that's reduced blood level, because I told you red blood cells, the kidney produces erythropoietin. It's an hormone that helps in red blood cell production. That's an important component of the blood. And so when the kidney is unable to do that, or the kidneys are unable to do that, the blood level reduces, and you see the person pale, the person is fatigued, the person can even faint, you know, and there's central nervous system affectation also. Ultimately, it can lead to death and comorbidity. So that's just about the kidney.
There's something that is singing in my head. I used to hear things like, oh, take water for your kidney, take water. How does that work? Taking constant water, does it help?
Yes, generally, taking water is good for us. It's good for the body. It's good for the functions of the body. You know, the nutrients and the blood and so many important vital organs in the body, they need the blood. You know, and water is an important component of the blood. So the blood needs to move different things around the body. So the water is so important, not just because of chronic kidney disease, even for an individual person, for your general well-being. Water is important. You know, now we are advocating that people should reduce soda, carbonated drinks, soft drinks, and just take water. It does so much good. It really does so much good.
But I don't know. it's funny that sometimes you be like, take water, and then your body is not hungry for that water, it's hungry for the carbonated drink.
Well,
and when you take it, you know you are actually satisfied with the carbonated drink.
No,
Just
I think it's just a thing of the mind. You know, if you train your body, that I would take so liters of water before the end of the day, you eventually get used to it. People do so that fast, and then they realize that they did not die. Yeah, so it's a thing of the mind. If you condition your mind to think that you cannot do without soda, you would always go back to soda. You know, and you know, in dealing with not addictions, but you know, in trying to deal with habits, you know, you have to leave the environment of habits. You know, if you have a fridge at home, you don't stock it up with soda, so that you know you have no choice. When you're at home, you will take water. So you know, taking necessary steps, carrying a water bottle around, you know, all those things, they help. They help.
Thank you very much. So now, chronic kidney disease, can it ever be cured? And then, you know, what's the process?
Oh, so far there is no cure for CKD. However, it can be managed. When there's early presentation and you know treatment is commenced very early. Like I said, early prevention, early detection saves a lot of lives. You know, a lot of people come present with CKD very late, and before you know it, they progress to end stage kidney failure, their complications, and know their death, and their death rather. So for CKD, management is focused on trying to help the kidneys, trying to help the kidneys to perform their functions. You know, so emphasis is placed on regulating the blood pressure, regulating the blood sugar for those that have high blood sugar, trying to reduce protein loss, you know, and trying to just like I said, perform the functions of the kidney, dialysis, and ultimately kidney transplant. That's like the long-term solution to CKD.
Okay, so you spoke about dialysis. So speaking of dialysis now, how equipped is the Nigerian private and public sector? You know, the clinics, the health centers, the hospitals. How equipped are they for this treatment of dialysis in Nigeria?
Okay, Nigeria has a lot of experts in the field. However, it's still grossly inadequate to cater to those that have CKD. At the beginning, you mentioned, according to studies, we have over 25 million people in Nigeria alone that have chronic kidney disease. According to recent studies, we have about 240 nephrologists, that's kidney specialists. And so it means that that's one specialist to over 100 people. Yes.
It's not feasible at all.
It's not feasible. And you know, as for the dialysis also, we have very few centers that are working, and most of them are privately owned. How many people can afford that in Nigeria? You know, people are paying out of pockets to access this care. Aside the fact that the specialists, as good as they are at their job, they are still human beings. You cannot overwork them. You know, you can't leave one specialist to over 100 patients. It's not feasible. And according to studies too, we have roughly about 100 dialysis centers, and most of them are concentrated in the urban areas. And so for people that live in the rural areas where there's reduced access to care, there's poverty, you know, they are more concerned about eating than trying to access care. And so when they eventually even now come down with illnesses, the care is not closer to them, you know. So there's a high rate of death and, you know, poor health outcome in the rural communities, especially in the north, and, you know, underserved population generally.
So if we have, you know, we spoke about 25 million Nigerians having chronic kidney disease. So if we have these 25 million Nigerians with chronic kidney disease, then how many equipment or how many dialysis centers do we need in Nigeria to be able to, you know, solve it for a very long time? Yes.
We will need a lot, sincerely. We will need a lot, not just anywhere, but you know, we need dialysis centers, like I said, that are closer to people, you know, strengthening the primary healthcare facilities. You know, primary healthcare facilities should be the first point of care, especially for people in rural communities. You know, someone that is living in the village shouldn't have to come all the way to the city to access care, you know. So trying to have dialysis centers in all of these small primary health facilities, and then we move from the primary health care to the secondary health care, having facilities to across the secondary health care before we now move to the tertiary health care system. You know, a lot of people just know the tertiary, federal hospital, Meta, federal university, federal teaching hospitals. You know, so many federal. You know, people don't know, no longer know about, you know, the primary health care, and you know, we need to equip the primary health care. So it's not just about having so many dialysis centers in the country. As good as that can be, we still need to place emphasis on prevention, because even if we have so many dialysis centers across the country, a lot of people still cannot afford this care. Like I said, it's a lot of money. You know, caring for people with CKD, it takes a lot. It's financially draining for a lot of people, and so a lot of people still cannot pay for the care. They still cannot pay for the care. So we are talking of, even in numbers, over 500 dialysis centers. It still may not be enough
for 25
for the 25 million people. Yeah.
You know, you spoke about it being financially draining. I think I read somewhere, you know, I read in the news that 3 months ago the president gave an 80% off this treatment. Even with the 80% off, how still, you know, cost, how affordable is it for the common man, even with the 80%?
Firstly, I would say that this initiative by the government is highly commendable. You know, to an extent, it's going to reduce the financial burden. However, it's still grossly inadequate in terms of accessibility, affordability, and sustainability. You know, the 80% subsidy only covers the cost of the procedure itself. So I'm going to explain something. So we have the procedure, and we have so many other things that has to be done. You know, the patient will be admitted. There will be need for blood work. You know, I mentioned that one of the things you see in patients with CKD is anemia. You know, they will need blood. They will need workup. They will need to get donors. They will need to screen the blood. All those things, the patients will need to pay out of pocket. They will need to get medications out of pocket. They will need to get consumables out of pocket. They will need to get the cannula for the procedure itself, and so many other materials out of pocket. So in the end, this subsidy for centers that benefit from it, it probably reduces the cost of the procedure from like 50,000 to about 20,000. However, these patients will still spend close to 100 or 150,000 on other things. Yeah. So you get what I'm saying? And you know, this procedure, for people that undergo dialysis, they have 3 sessions in a week. 3. So imagine spending close to 400,000 every week, every month, because like I said, it's a long-term condition. It's not something that you start and you stop. The kidneys, they can't perform their functions anymore, so they have to be helped. And so the sustainability is very low, you know, because people are paying out of pocket. It's not very affordable for the common man. And like I said, most of the dialysis centers we have in the country, they are privately owned. How many people can even afford private healthcare? And even the government owned facilities, you know, they are overstretched because there are so many people that need care.
Okay, so now we have, you know, seen, heard about everything. Are there preventive, first of all, herbs? Are there, because if you want to go to the modern technology, you can't.
I think you know about herbs. I already mentioned about herbs.
You know, there are some certain herbs that you are being told, okay, take this particular amount. You spoke about unregulated. Now I'm talking about the regulated. Maybe it's against the medical field, but then is there a regulated dosage of herb you take, or then a lifestyle, you know, diet, something that just helps to prevent this chronic kidney disease?
Okay, firstly, I would say herbs are a no. Do not take herbs.
Okay.
Don't people, we now have a lot of herbs in packaged containers, you know, herbal concoctions, you know, going all around, and people say, but they said I should just take one gulp. They said I should just take 1 spoon, you know. Herbs only worsen the conditions of the kidney. They only put the kidneys at risk, let me put it that way, of CKD. I mean, we should be happy that there is now medicine. You can walk into any hospital if you have any complaint. The doctor sees you and he gives you what is appropriate. You understand? You know, I mentioned the other time that a doctor doesn't just tell you, just take this medication. There is a reason there are dosages. There is a reason the doctor tells you to stop after 2 days, after 3 days, after 4 days. It's because even medications, they are not food. They are not as good as they are for certain illnesses. They are not supposed to be taken just anyhow. They can also have side effects. So how about herbal concoction that you don't even know their components, you don't know what they are made of, you don't know if the components are eating up the kidneys, stressing the liver, you know. So it's just better to just see a healthcare practitioner, you know, and to avoid buying over-the-counter medications, especially NSAIDs like diclofenac, ibuprofen, you know.
That is the exact drug I have in my purse.
People abuse those a lot. They abuse those a lot, you know, so they can affect the kidneys. And, you know, I mentioned also that, you know, chronic kidney disease is a silent killer. You know, some of the things that people have done while they were much younger, you know, they start showing up as illnesses later on when they're older. And like I said, now we have younger people which shouldn't be coming down with chronic kidney disease. Anytime you go online, you see people opening GoFundMe account for a 31-year-old, 32-year-old, 35-year-old. So it's just to tell us that we should take care of our health. You know, we call them experts for a reason. I mean, we call them experts for a reason. Your car, if your car has a problem, you don't take it to a tailor, or you don't leave it at home and say, I can fix it now. You take it to a mechanic, you know. But when it comes to healthcare, people easily just assume that they can be their own doctor, especially when they have Google, and Google says, take this, or ChatGPT says, take this, you know. But for lifestyle factors or lifestyle things that, you know, you can do, taking lots of water, taking lots of fruits and vegetables, you know, healthy meals, you know, try to consume less calories, less salt. You know, salt is, you know, hypertension. People that have hypertension, one of the risk factors is excessive salt intake. Aside from that, some people may have, you know, family history of such, you know, so avoid smoking and taking alcohol, you know. Now, recent studies have shown that no amount of alcohol is safe for the body. No amount, no percentage. And so it's important to avoid the intake of alcohol and smoking totally. You know, like I said the other time, these things are not just for the kidneys, they are for every other vital organ in the body. You know, is as young people, even as older people, we should play safe. We should do the right things the right way. And, you know, for people that have hypertension and diabetes and they are already on routine medications, I would say they should always go for a follow-up. You should always go for a checkup, because sometimes the drugs are not able to curtail the high blood pressure or the high blood sugar, and that's why it's important to go for a follow-up. So when the doctor sees it, he says, oh, this medication, I need to increase the dose, I need to add another one, I need to change it completely. So the fact that they are on medications doesn't mean they should just continue like that and not go for a checkup. They can also have a personal SFIG, that's the blood pressure checking machine at home, so they can check it at home by themselves. So once they see that, oh, it's higher than normal or it's lower than normal, they know what to do. Also a glucometer that checks the blood sugar. So, you know, putting all these practical steps, they are very, very important to staying healthy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lois Fatima.
You're welcome.
You know, I drew from your well of knowledge, and I'm so happy. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So the key takeaway is simple. Early detection saves life. Regular health checks, you know, healthy lifestyle choices, and timely medical attention can make the difference. If you have a loved ones at risk, don't wait for the symptoms to appear. Get screened and stay informed. For any questions on today's topic or previous ones, don't forget to send a message to healthmattersbdtv.ng@gmail.com. I am Amanda Emosibue saying take care of your kidney, they are your vital organs, and you only have to. Stay safe, drink water, and mind your business. Stay healthy and keep watching Business Day television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
This is the Business Day Television and News Update, reaching you live from our studios here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, salaries, debt service go up 105% of government revenue. And textile imports hit 814 billion naira despite government revival promises. Nigerian bans wood exports nationwide, revokes existing licenses. And reps approve mandatory electronic transmission of election results. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. And that service and personnel and costs have swallowed more than the federal government's total revenue for the first 7 months of 2025. And even as receipts fell sharply below target and capital projects suffered deep cuts. Analysis of the 2026 to 2028 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper released on Wednesday showed that between January and July, the federal government earned 13.67 trillion naira as aggregate revenue compared with a pro-rata target of 23.85 trillion naira. Now, this reportedly left a revenue gap of 10.19 trillion naira, representing a shortfall of about 42.7%, as a shortfall occurred amid earlier claims by President Bola Tinubu in September that Nigeria had met its revenue target for 2025 ahead of schedule and would no longer rely on borrowing to fund its budget. And addressing stakeholders at the presidential villa in Abuja, Tinubu said his administration's non-oil revenue drive had yielded enough to meet this year's projections by August, reducing Nigeria's dependence on external loans. And meanwhile, Nigeria's textile imports rose to 814.27 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2025. And despite repeated claims by the federal government that it is reviving the sector. And stakeholders say the rising importation signaled a weaker local industry and a deepening dependence on foreign fabrics. And findings from the National Bureau of Statistics trade data showed that the country imported textile articles worth 228.83 billion naira in the first quarter of 2025 and 337.12 billion naira in the second quarter. Now, 248.32 billion naira in the third quarter, bringing the January to September total to 814.27 billion naira. The figure represents a 47.43% increase compared to the 552.31 billion naira recorded in the corresponding period of 2024, while industry operators revealed that the textile industry keeps declining amid repeated government promises and due to policy failure, weak execution of credit initiatives, and pervasive corruption. Now, these operators blame the import surge on poor implementation of government interventions, lack of access to affordable finance through the Bank of Industry, abandonment of promised institutional reforms, and structural bottlenecks such as weak cotton farming, insecurity, and the inability to scale locally produced polyester. Director General of the Nigerian Textile Manufacturers Association, Hama Kwajava, added that a rising import bill showed that government policies on textile revival had remained largely rhetorical. And also the federal government has imposed an immediate nationwide ban on the export of wood and allied products, revoking all previously issued licenses and permits. Now, this decision was announced Wednesday by the Minister of Environment, Balarabe Lawal, and during the 18th meeting of the National Council on Environment in Katsina State. Lawal revealed that the ban is contained in a presidential executive order titled Presidential Executive Order on the Prohibition of Exportation of Wood and Allied Products 2025, which takes effect immediately. The minister says the move was aimed at addressing illegal logging and the rapid loss of forest cover across the country, which have recorded sustained deforestation in recent decades, driven by commercial logging, agricultural expansion, and fieldwood use. And coming up, reps approve mandatory electronic transmission of election results. This and more after this break. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. You beat them. Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At
Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to News Update. The House of Representatives has approved a proposal that would make the real-time electronic transmission of election results mandatory. Now, this resolution was adopted on Wednesday during clause-by-clause consideration of a report seeking amendments to the Electoral Act 2022. Under the approved provision, presiding officers will be required to electronically transmit results from each polling unit to the Independent National Electoral Commission's results viewing portal immediately after results are recorded. The clause states that the presiding officer shall electronically transmit the results from each polling unit to the IRF portal in real time, and such transmission shall be done after the prescribed form has been signed and stamped by the presiding officer, and where available, countersigned by candidates or polling unit agents. Ahead of the 2023 general election, the Electoral Commission had pledged to upload polling unit results in real time using the IRF portal, which was introduced as part of a broader technology-driven reform of the electoral process. And now, away from that story, the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority has approved the commencement of scheduled flight operations at the Samuel Ladoke Akintola Airport, Ibadan. The NCAA, in a letter dated December 16, 2025, and addressed to the Chief Executive of the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, said it has approved the issuance of a provisional interim operational permit for the commencement of scheduled flight operations at the airport. Now, this approval followed efforts by the Oyo State government to upgrade the Samuel Ladoke Akintola Airport, Alakia, Ibadan, to an international airport, with the state government having undertaken several projects, including the extension and widening of the runway, improvement of airfield lighting, and the construction of a 500,000-litre aviation fuel storage facility and a new protocol lounge, among others. According to the letter, the NCAA says it gave the approval after reviewing the updated status of safety critical facilities, operational arrangements, and mitigation measures, which followed recent development at the aerodrome and the additional information provided by FAN. Nigerian officials said, and the release followed a diplomatic intervention by President Bola Tinubu, who dispatched a high-level delegation led by Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, to meet Burkina Faso's military leader, Ibrahim Traore, on Wednesday. In a statement, Al-Qasim Abdul Kader Tuga's spokesperson revealed that both sides resolved the matter amicably and secured the release of the Nigerian Air Force pilots and crew. According to reports, the soldiers had been held for nearly 2 weeks after the Confederation of Sahel States described the aircraft's landing as an unfriendly act carried out in defiance of international law. And the Nigerian Air Force, however, said the crew encountered a technical issue that required a precautionary landing in Bobo, and so the nearest available airfield complied with standard safety procedures and international aviation protocols. To end the local news, a former presidential candidate, Peter Obi, has called for urgent action, urging the federal government to declare a national emergency on the welfare of Nigerians. And Obi revealed this in a statement. And the former candidate says the situation reflects a broader welfare crisis in the country, and he warns that such should be deviated from. Now, coming up, U.S. agency consortium signs $553 million loan for Angola railway revamp. After this commercial break.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Welcome back to News Update, and now moving on to Africa. The U.S. International Development Finance Corporation has signed a $553 million loan with a consortium of firms on Wednesday for the refurbishment of an Angolan railway line, part of the Lobito Critical Minerals Transport Corridor. The high-profile U.S.-backed Lobito Corridor, which will connect copper and cobalt mines to the Atlantic coast, is part of Washington's global push to secure access to strategic metals and its efforts to counter Chinese influence in Africa. Now, under the deal signed at a ceremony in Washington, the DFC will provide financing to the Lobito Atlantic Railway, a consortium of Portugal's Motor Angel Commodities trading firm and a Trafigura and rail firm and Vecturis SA. The Development Bank of Southern Africa will also contribute another $200 million under the deal, which was initially disclosed last year but has now been finalized. And also, the South African rand was steady in early trade on Thursday as investors await producer inflation data for clues on the health of Africa's most industrialized economy. According to reports, the rand traded at a 16.7675 against the dollar and little change from its previous close of 16.7750. And traders will also keep tabs on the November domestic producer inflation figures, which will provide insights into price pressures in Africa's biggest economy. And according to reports, the inflation in South Africa has been well contained this year, allowing the South African Reserve Bank to cut its main interest rate 4 times. And now on the foreign scene, the Trump administration has announced a huge arms sale worth around $11 billion to Taiwan, which includes advanced rocket launchers, self-propelled howitzers, and a variety of missiles. Now, this package, which still needs to be approved by the U.S. Congress, will be the second arms sale to Taiwan since Donald Trump returned to the White House in January. And China, which reportedly still self-governed Taiwan as a breakaway province, condemned the move, saying it severely undermines China's sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity. Taiwan's defense ministry thanked the U.S., saying the deal will help the island in and rapidly building robust deterrence capabilities. After on the foreign scene, the European Union leaders are gathering for a Brussels summit where a momentous decision will be taken on whether to loan Ukraine tens of billions of euros in frozen Russian assets and to fund its military and economic needs. According to reports, most of Russia's 210 billion pounds and 210 billion euros and worth of assets in the EU are held by Belgium-based organization Euroclear, while Belgium and some other members of the bloc say they are opposed to using the cash. Without a boost in funding, Ukraine's finances are reportedly set to run dry in a matter of months. And European government officials describe being cautiously optimistic that the deal will be agreed, while Russia has warned the EU against using its money. A report, however, revealed that Russia has filed a lawsuit against the Euroclear in a Moscow court in a bid to get its money back. We'll bring you the sports news after this break. Stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business
money.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
It's a news update on Business Day television. Now moving on to sports news. The Football Association of Malaysia confirmed on Wednesday that FIFA has overturned the results of 3 Malaysia international matches after ruling that the team fielded ineligible players. The FIFA Disciplinary Committee ruled that 3 international friendlies against the Cape Verde on May 29, Singapore on September 4, and Palestine on September 8 will be recorded as 3-0 defeats by forfeiture. And in addition to annulling the results, FIFA imposed a fine of 10,000 Swiss francs on FAM, which remains subject to appeal. The ruling follows FIFA's earlier sanctions in September when 7 naturalized players were suspended for 12 months and FAM was fined 350,000 Swiss francs after the world governing body found that falsified documents had been used to establish the players' eligibility. And now to end the news, Manchester City progressed to the Carabao Cup semi-finals for the first time since lifting the trophy in 2021 after a 2-0 victory over Brentford, and thanks to a stunning opener from Ryan Cherki. A superb striker from Cherki and a second-half effort by Savino ensured Pep Guardiola's side booked a place in the last 4, moving one step closer to another trip to Wembley. The win marked a significant milestone for City, who had not reached the stage of the competition since completing a 4th successive triumph in 2021. And now City sealed their place in the semi-finals in 67 minutes when Savino's deflected strike looped over the Mason and dropped into the net, confirming Guardiola's men as one of the last 4 teams left in the competition. Now, this is where we wrap up the Business Day television news update this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers,
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
the disruptors,
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
the doers,
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
in a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome. This is Business Day Television. My name is Akiminiobong Michael. You are welcome to SME Clinic. And today on SME Clinic, we're going to be talking about how to grow your business in challenging times. You know, the country has been through a lot. Let's even start with that. This year started out a little bit shaky, but thankfully, and with everything that the government have been doing to make sure that we are, going out of inflation to some extent. I mean, inflation rate has reduced now to like 14.45. BusinessDay did release that report on, I believe, on Wednesday. Yeah, so I mean, it's getting better. But what exactly does that mean, and what does that tell for business owners? Now, today, right here on SME Clinic, we're going to be breaking it down and telling you how it affects you as a business owner. And no, I'm not going to be doing this alone. I have with me several individuals that are doing amazingly in different parts of the industry. I'm going to start with saying hello to every single one of them. Damilare Davola, good afternoon.
Hey, how are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Good afternoon and welcome. Now, I'd like you to, first things first, Damilare is a seasoned investment banker and a business analyst. So, Damilare, you have 7 minutes to tell us more about yourself and, of course, what you do.
I think 7 minutes is a lot of time to tell you about what I do, because I can pretty much summarize it and get to the gist of it. I am an investment banker and a business analyst. Pretty much investment banking is a subsector in finance that manages primarily the buying and selling of companies or the merging of companies. And the business analyst side of things, pretty much self-explanatory, where I take a look at businesses, what are they doing, how are they doing it in line with their goals, their stated goals, and what more could they be doing. A lot of businesses, their graveyard is in what more could they be doing, because it takes some level of foresight and the ability to predict future outcomes, and you predict your own response to those future outcomes or to those, future events. I'm also an expert in technological research and strategic analysis. in emerging markets. Pretty much self-explanatory as well. I'm researching on the technologies that would drive the conversation in 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Then how do we reverse engineer those technologies into today's world? And how do we do that successfully in the emerging markets?
Thank you very much for that, Damilare. That's an interesting portfolio, if you ask me. And I'm going to be moving to Success Ajilore, who is the CEO of Success Transformation Network, STN, and Accelerated Plus. Good afternoon, Success.
Good afternoon. Confirm you can see and hear me clearly. Hello. Can you see me? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can, and we can hear you.
All right. Thank you so much, Business Day. My name is Success Ajilore. I'm an accomplished accounting professional and a business analyst with over 11 years of experience in specializing in enhancing operational efficiency, policy improvements, and governance, process optimization in various sectors of the economy. My experience in the Big Four has helped me to understand what businesses need part-time and how to drill down into their problems and analyze their problems through the business analysis knowledge, and also recommend areas where they can be well positioned in the market and grow in their brand, no matter the challenges that they are currently facing. I'm currently in the compressed natural gas sector, and what I do is also help them analyze what they are going through and what they can do much more, how they can be more positioned, how they can maintain their quality, how they can also penetrate into deeper and make greater impact on the markets that they are in. I believe that today many businesses in Nigeria are going to get insights from the wealth of experiences that we are bringing to the table today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that one, Success. And yes, as you can hear, the people that have mentioned what they do, you can see that there's a wealth of knowledge in here. Our next guest is Moses Amama, who is the CEO and founder of Startup Lab. Hello, Moses.
Hello, glad to be here. My name is Moses Amama, and I'm a senior product designer, and through my career, I've worked with founders all around the world, from Africa to the Middle East to Europe and to America. And the focus of my work has majorly been working with founders and sometimes more mature companies to be able to refine their ideas, validate them, work with them to to come up with MVPs and launch those products into the market. And I've sort of carried that experience and started Startup Lab, which is an incubator. Our tagline is majorly your startup's partner from day zero. So what we're doing with the incubator is looking out for founders that have interesting ideas and coming in super early and working with them to validate their ideas, to test, to refine, and then to make sure that when they're launching a product in the market, they're launching something that has at least a fair chance of working and being a hit with customers. And I'm very happy to be here today and to share and to engage in discussions with the rest of these amazing professionals.
Thank you very much for that one, Moses. And our next guest is Ochuko Newton, who is the CEO of Newton IQ. Good afternoon, Ochuko.
Hi, good afternoon. It's fantastic to be on this platform. Essentially, Newton's IQ is a creative agency based in Lagos. Our assignment is very, very simple. everybody's competing to be on the global stage, particularly brands of different, in different spaces, different categories. They want to be on the social media platform. They want to be the top of the mind when it comes to their niche or their space. So our business is to ensure that people are consistently always thinking about them. So what we do is we go from brand strategy, brand activations, creativity. Essentially, when you want to think of putting your brand out there on the social media space, or you're thinking about an activation, we are the go-to individuals to think of. And it's so exciting to be on this platform to share some exciting insights with the other gentlemen on this call and the lady. And I'm so excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ochuku, for that one. And our next guest is Oluwatomi Obinna, who is a software engineer at Malwarebytes Inc. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for having me on the program. My name is Oluwatomi Obinna Alagbe. I'm currently a software engineer, a staff software engineer at Malwarebytes. For the past 4 or 5 years, I've been at Malwarebytes focusing on cybersecurity. So what do I do at Malwarebytes? I basically lead the technical direction for a team working on products that help protect our consumers from malware of different kinds. Basically, any malicious attacker that could try to maybe steal your information or damage your device. I've also, prior to that, I've worked with multiple startups spanning crypto, fintech, and AI. I was back before I left Nigeria 5 years ago. I was an early member or early team member at MoneyPoint. I also worked in other fintechs, Electronic Settlements Limited. But right now, I've been entrenched in the cybersecurity space. So yeah, thanks for having me on the program.
Thank you so much for that, Tomi. That's very amazing. Now I'm going to be going straight into the questions, and I would have to start with this one because a lot of things have been happening in this country, and this question is going to go to the only female I have in this session. Success, this question is for you. Now, with everything going on in this country, what exactly are the key strategies that businesses can use to survive and thrive during economic downturns? With everything happening, what are those key strategies that businesses can, put work into it and it's going to work?
So I'll say a few of them. Like it is necessary for most businesses to start thinking of shifting from nice to have to must have solutions. They should suspend the any sentiments they have right now and try and focus on what is really needed. Must have solutions, and one has to consider automation as well. And the expanding the knowledge on AI applications in any sector one is working in. And secondly, one has to strengthen the recurring revenue and also work on increasing operational efficiency. And it's important now to consider data protection because many people are actually trying to hack into other people's businesses and their strategies and apply it in their own businesses. So one has to really tighten that aspect of cybersecurity. And important thing is that in economic downturns, businesses that survive focus on efficiency, they focus on trust, they focus on value. So everything that one is doing, one has to focus on these aspects in your strategy that you are applying. Let me allow my other colleagues to add one or two to this.
Thank you very much for that success. And yes, I would also ask this same question to Damilare, because I see that both of you are in the same line. So what exactly can businesses do in this? What can they do to thrive in economic downturns?
Answer would have to be dependent on the type of business, right? Just as Success mentioned, some businesses have to be very cautious around handling people's data. Others have to trim their fat. By trim their fat, I mean you have to reduce unnecessary spending. So to give the most useful, broad spectrum advice for businesses, it would be, first of all, you need understanding, you need clarity. Pardon my what's it called now? My generalization here, but most Nigerian businesses don't have a culture of research. So they basically use Agbari. Like Agbari is the Yoruba word for common sense. And you can use common sense to run a business. Now, the good thing is with tools like, ChatGPT and other AI tools, you can easily diagnose your problem, understand the environment. With ChatGPT, you can use it to collect information on a lot of data, use it to diagnose it to your own niche, and then to your own particular business and location. And then from there, you reverse engineer the process into, okay, if this is all that is going on, how must I act to thrive in all of the things that are going on? If not, you're literally going to be punching, oh, my camera went off, not sure why. If not, you're going to be punching air, because you haven't named the target. You're just calling it a challenging time. Like you have to be very precise. Precision is another thing that helps the businesses that thrive, right? You can't just say Nigeria is hard. You can't just say Naira is bad. You can't just, like, what does that mean for you? If Naira, let's say the value of the Naira goes down, for example, but then you're not an FX business, like your business isn't directly impacted by that. You have to figure out, okay, if my business is extremely local, how does that affect, or how does that tie back to, my own profit or my own revenue? And then you choose that as a point of attack. So pretty much go for precision. When you get the information you need, you can always reverse engineer to solve your problem down to the nitty-gritty.
Thank you very much for that one, Dami. And now I'm going to be asking this question to Tomi specifically. Success did mention it as part of the things that you should do, and that is applying cybersecurity, making sure that your things are protected. Now, Tomi, how exactly can business owners apply these, especially seeing as not every single person or individual that starts a business understands cybersecurity or even knows what it is about? How can they go about this? I mean, at least to the layman, how exactly can they go about it?
There's a couple of sides to this. There's the security when it comes to your relationship with your customer, and then there's security when it comes to handling customer data, how your employees handle customer data, and also sensitive company information. So I'll start from the internal security, which is handling customer data, handling sensitive information. The first thing is sensitization or education. So a lot of bigger companies know this and invest a lot in security training. So every year or twice a year, employees go through security training to know what to do and what not to do. But the good thing is, unfortunately, security trainings are expensive, and during downturns, your business may not be able to afford expensive security trainings. But the good thing is a lot of this information is also available online. So so you can actually go online, find out like what security practices your business needs to incorporate and actually put them in practice. But I would still advise that companies undergo security audits at least once a year. because the thing about enforcing behaviors is if you actually don't check or evaluate, you can't be sure that it's actually being put in practice. So examples of some simple security practices might be not sharing, not taking company information home, or copying information onto flash drives, or things like using company infrastructure, or company laptops or company computers for personal activities. It can be things like even monitoring who enters the office building. So you can't just allow, especially if you have sensitive customer information you deal with, you may not want to allow random strangers walk into the office unaccompanied or without appointments. Then there's also the aspect of security in relationship to your customers. And this is where there's actually standards that have been established, and actually a lot of them are actually like expected to have things like SOC 2. There's SOC 2 basically is a certification that establishes that your company has a base level of data security in place. There's also, if your business is in fintech, there's also the PCI DSS certification, and there's also a bunch of ISO certifications that you can actually implement in your organization to ensure that you're basically secure. And also in general, there's other common sense practices that ensure that your company data is secure. Things like as basic as making sure all your employees use an antivirus. Things like VPN, for instance, so especially if you're going to be using official computers on public networks. So these are just a few tips that you can use to enforce digital security for both your employees and also protects your customer information from thefts or exposure.
Thank you so much for that, Tomi. That was very enlightening. And I'll be asking Ochuko this question. And I don't want us to continue to generalize, so I might as well, give a specific industry. Now, the question is, how exactly can businesses identify and capitalize on new opportunities during challenging times? And I wouldn't want you to generalize this. So let's say it's an edutech. I mean, there are a lot of edutech companies that are springing up these days. How exactly can they see what is new in the market? How can they identify what is new in the market? And how can they capitalize on it? Over to you, Ochuko.
Thank you so much. So I think that's one space that can easily identify new challenges and capitalize on them. Frankly speaking, one thing that you notice about identifying a challenge is that a large percent of the time, from the moment you begin transaction up until the moment you deliver, there are different chains sometimes you have to pass through. And one thing that is very common is that you notice that in between those chains or in between those lines, you realize that there are some maybe challenges or issues. This is where these guys can actually, particularly the edtech industry, can actually capitalize on. What do I mean? A large percent of the time, before businesses usually onboard new staffs or before businesses onboard new individuals, they kind of like take them through trainings. They take them through some type of workshop. They take them through some type of... So the thing here is for a business like that to capitalize on, making the most out of challenges is, having either conversations with industry experts or heads of corporations and asking them questions like, what's the one challenge that you have when you're trying to get either your team to cooperate well, or for your team, or particularly onboarding new individuals. And I'm really emphasizing on onboarding because I realize that it's one issue that most big businesses usually have when they are onboarding new employees or onboarding new staffs, and they try to pass them through some form of training. You realize that there's a lot that goes into that training. Money is poured into it. And a large percent of the time, you realize that even the people, even the new staffs learning, they don't really peak so much. That's one area to actually capitalize on. And they can come with solutions like, hey, instead of having to spend money to have facilitators live, right? We can come in and customize some type of product for you where you don't necessarily need to have your facilitators come and say the same thing all over again. You can onboard this and put this into some type of virtual course or virtual program. And the same is true not just for onboarding new staffs, but in other industries and in other spaces. And the reason for this is, and I'll also say this, if you're in the edutech space, you must have at least a department or a team or an individual in the business development side who is looking out for issues and situations like this. Because I promise you, one of the major challenges that business owners have is having to repeat the same thing all over again. Another challenge most business owners have is trying to replicate another version of themselves into their staffs. Now, instead of the business owner to say the same thing over and over and over again, fantastic. How about you customize some type of product where either you're having the business owner himself or top managers in the company, having some type of, and it's not just even relegated to, like I said, onboarding new staffs, but the key thing here is what I initially talked about. Those chains of, those little things that you encounter along the way before you get to the point of delivery, that's where they need to put their ear on. So for example, let's say I run a logistics company, right? And I'm looking at, as an edutech, I'm in the edutech business, and I'm looking at how to penetrate the logistics business. Now, one thing that is quite common is that people that are in that logistics or who run a logistics business, they just get riders from anywhere, right? As long as they can ride a bike, they are fit for the business. Now, one thing that I can do is, how about I look for some type of way to customize a product to the logistic company that says, look, listen, if your riders or your staff go through this type of process, they can become more effective in their delivery of the package or how they handle customers. You see, that at that point, you're not just telling the customer or your client that this is your service. You're telling them that you can solve a problem that is particular and relative to them. You see, the problem is not relative. I don't see a reason why I should patronize you. So in context here, I'll say this. People in that space, the edutech space, should look for problems that are relatable to their clients, not just coming to say, oh, this is what we're in the business of doing. This is what we sell. No, if it is not relative or if it is not linking to what it is that they are currently dealing with, a challenge, and I'll tell you this, one of the easiest way to charge higher is when you finally realize, or maybe you have somebody in the company who tells you, this is the issue we have. So when you're making your proposal, please tell them that. So when you now, maybe for example, you make your proposal around that particular issue, ladies and gentlemen, you might have all just won $1 million. So I think that is actually very, very specific to that industry.
Thank you so much for that one, Ochukwu. That was very amazing. And it's a good thing that right now we've gone around. I'd like to ask Moses a question. This is before we enter the next session of questioning. How exactly can businesses develop a growth strategy that aligns with their vision and their values, their mission rather, and their values? Because there are sometimes that, you want to do something as a business, but when you look at the market or when you look at what it is you want to move into, you find it difficult to align it with your mission and, of course, the company values. Now, what are the ways in which businesses can align these new strategies and these new openings that they see, develop their businesses?
Thank you. Now, the first thing I think every business must answer for themselves is, first of all, if they have a true understanding of their values, or if it's just something that they've written down on paper to describe themselves. And when they have a good understanding of those values, they should be able to now bake it in, not just into the company culture, in how like employees and sales executives sort of like look out for opportunities, but also bake it down into like their strategies, generally in even how they identify opportunities, how they decide on what opportunities to take. And I think every business should be able to ask themselves, like, what kind of decision would we make if we ignore this particular value? And in asking those kind of questions, it brings them back to, first of all, to why they created or why they decided to go with that value in the first place. And with every business, something that is absolutely important is positioning. Okay, as a business, we've taken a decision to position ourselves and to present ourselves in a particular manner for a particular reason. Now, the moment we start sort of like trying to move away from that positioning, it also waters down our product offerings and our service offerings. Now, I know that when it's in challenging times, one of the first things we tell businesses is to look out for survival and to look out for survival first. But what I would encourage is to still look within those values and still like go deeper within those values and to find opportunities therein. And a way that I would typically do that is to understand the persona of the customers that we initially set out to look out to solve for. Speak to them, super important. Continue speaking to them and to understand what other pain points they are facing that we probably have not looked out for, or that we probably have not identified. Also look out to competitors generally and to see, okay, what are they probably not covering, that based on our user persona that we've sort of like drawn up earlier in the process, that we know that these people absolutely need. I've also heard a few things about like research and about data. I think Dami mentioned something really profound there around this very topic. So yeah, go deeper into that persona and literally look out for the patterns, look out for the customer behavior, and be able to see and identify some other areas that we could be covering based on the capabilities that we currently have. I would also say paying attention to customer experience, paying attention to support tickets, and identifying generally what are some pain points that we're probably not catering to. So generally, all those can present an opportunity for growth that still allows the business to function within its set values and mission.
Thank you so much for that one, Moses. Now, still speaking to you, Moses, right? I know you've gone ahead to mention customer retention, paying attention to different things that would enable you to grow and still be part of your mission and, of course, your value. But one thing I'd like to know is, what role does invention, innovativeness play in growing your business? I know that you can follow a particular playbook and it probably would not work for you. But what role exactly can help business owners rather to, when they innovate something or do something different, what role does it play in making their business better?
Okay, I would like to begin with a popular quote, especially in the business sector, but maybe more in the tech sector. And I don't know where it originated from, so I'm sorry I would not be able to give credits, but I've heard a lot of statements around adapt or die generally. And that's very true for most businesses. And one of the things innovation helps businesses do is to adapt, to be able to pivot. Now, as someone who runs an incubator and as a product designer that has worked with several founders, I've come to realize that in many cases, when businesses or when products come out to the market and they are not an instant hit, in many cases, that should not be the end of the road for that product. Okay, but the reason why it ends up being the end of the road for so many products, they run out of money, is simply because they have refused to adapt, they've refused to innovate, and they've refused to see opportunities to pivot. So innovation has a very huge role to play in helping businesses like grow, especially during challenging times. And one of the things that come to my mind, especially being somebody who runs an incubator, is making the founders that come to us and the founders that I work with super aware very early of the concept of running learning cycles, right? So we put something out and it probably did not get the kind of hit that we expected to get. You know, we go back in there and we try to understand what happened here. Did we get something wrong? Did we probably read the patterns in the customer behavior wrong? And based on the data and the patterns that we observe, we're able to sort of like come back and try something else. It's also the reason why I encourage, with most founders I've worked with, I always encourage them to learn to launch pretty lean and to launch super fast also. Because when you put out something lean and fast in the market, it allows you to learn. It allows you to not just speak to customers before putting something out, but also speak to customers in context of what they're using generally. And in that learning process, you get to also, like, through analytics, observe how they are behaving. Through user interviews and through like customer interviews, you get to also hear from them about what they would like and what they probably would not like, and compare those results with how you are seeing them behave in their usage of the product generally. So that would also open you up to insights and to areas where you can probably try out new things. And generally, it's in like trying out those new things and in like experimenting and running very short experiment cycles that you get to sort of like probably hit one feature or hit one product offering, or even just hit one position, you know, even a marketing style that would sort of like be a very huge hit with your customers. And when you've hit that, definitely, then you can literally double down on it. And so generally you can draw a straight line from, you know, learning, innovating, to discovering like what you're missing in your attempts to solve a particular problem, and to approaching and achieving like product market fit or service market fit in this case, depending on what business you're running.
Thank you very much for that one, Moses. Now I'll be moving to Damilare. Now, how exactly can businesses improve their cash flow management? You know, with everything going on in the country, how exactly can they improve it and also reduce financial stress? Because sometimes balancing these things can prove quite difficult. So how exactly can businesses do this? Over to you, Damilare.
Okay, so cash flow, first things. What? I stopped hearing it now anyway. Yeah, so for cash flow, pretty much you're asking a simple question. How is money coming in and how is money going out? Like, these concepts are extremely simple, and it often takes an investment banker to, you know, confuse you on how these topics work. They're actually very simple. If you're trying to, if you So one of the things that I'd like to have done earlier, as a sort of premise to answering this question, is actually establishing what a challenging time is, because there's so many assumptions that go into that definition. And because of those assumptions, we're unable to properly tackle the problem. So when you say time is challenging, in what way? So say it's economic, right? And we're just trying to get more money or get more cash in our hands. Your business is always split in two, no matter the type of business you're doing. And the two parts are what is going in to the business, right? Which is a cost to you, and what is going out, what is going out of the business, which is a cost to you, and what is coming in, which is your revenue. Understanding the finer details of those two things is the only way to solve for your cash flow. So let's go into one of the other, and then we'll end with the second. For your revenue, this is pretty much solved by who are you doing business with and how much are they willing to pay for your product or service. Interestingly, I would say that one of the more intelligent ways in 2025 and beyond to even start a business at all is to find the businesses that have higher revenue margins. So an example would be you find a business that is going to cost you 10 naira to get stuff for the business. So that's your cost. But then you can sell it for $100. A lot of people that sell these clothes, the WhatsApp clothing lines and shoes and all of that in Nigeria, that's the trick to their business, actually. Many of them get them from China, where they can import it at a very, very, very cheap rate. Most shirts and t-shirts that people wear, probably most of them cost in the range of, I don't know, maybe $0.5 or something, extremely ridiculously cheap. So you buy in bulk to save money on each item, and then you can find a market. Oh, my video has gone off again. Then you can find a market and then sell that to that market at a high revenue, right? But the problem with products that you have to sell is that there's a limit. There's only so much someone can buy a shirt for, right? So that takes me to the second part of that, which is if you go into service businesses, or if you find the service equivalent of your business, I'm not sure why my camera is going off, I apologize for that. If you find the service equivalent of your business, you're able to make way more money, because with that one, you have almost unlimited upside. So let me give you an example. If you have a washing machine business in a Nigerian university, for example, there's only so many people that can use that at a time. And so you're limited by matter. You're limited by literal space and time. Because if you have 10 washing machines, people can't use more than 10. However, if you have, my video isn't coming on. Okay, I'm just going to ignore that. If you have, say, a washing machine course where you're teaching students how to probably do their laundry by themselves, or to reduce the amount of, the amount of clothes that they bring to the laundromat, which is your own business. Now you can scale that infinitely, because it will probably cost you, let's say 1,000 naira or 2,000. Now let's even say 10,000 naira to create that course. But then now you can sell it for, I don't know, 5K and market it to 20 people. You already have 100,000. So your revenue can increase significantly, but your cost would remain the same. So the thinking around an economically challenging time in Nigeria, you have to think of a service. Now, courses are not the only services. They are the easier ones that most people just pivot to, because most people are somewhat not incentivized to think about other novel ways and to solve business challenges, which is the call of an entrepreneur anyway. Like your idea, your point as an entrepreneur, your purpose as an entrepreneur is to find novel ways, new ways to solve your problem. If you're trying to solve economic problems, you have to move away from things that are physical from 2025 and beyond. Many of those markets, they would suffer tight margins, naturally so, because the person on the cost side is also trying to keep money to themselves. And you, on the revenue side, who's trying to get money, you're also trying to keep money for yourself. And now the customer, the end person, the end product of that value chain is also trying to keep money for themselves. So everyone is trying to keep money. So you just have to keep squeezing and reducing and reducing and reducing. You have to actually think outside those conventional boxes to see what works. This goes beyond, going to YouTube and finding what are the top 10 reasons. I truly think, I was working with one client recently, and this person displayed a level of ingenuity that I have almost never seen, and that I've seen a lot of businesses. This person, partnering with AI, created a solution that is a service, right? This service is being offered right now as I'm speaking. This person launched this business last month, November, with myself and my company's help. And then this person is making so much more money. It's not a course, right? I'm not going to share that information here, but basically out of box thinking is what is saving that person's business. So yes, in summary, I'll just say that for cost, if you have a physical product, you can also negotiate other services or other things you can do for the person who is handling the cost side of things. So what that would mean is if you're a tailor and you need to buy clothing materials, you can negotiate with the woman in the market and tell her that, look, I don't have the 5,000 that this 1 yard of material is going for, but I can give you 2,000 and I would help you sew your own clothing. That's out of the box thinking. Most people would not say no to it. The reason why we don't actually attempt to do that is because we are not sure how the other person will receive it. Most people are actually fine with the idea of bartering, right? Bartering is you're exchanging an item for another item. As long as the perceived value is relatively equal, obviously it won't be equal every time, but it has to be relatively equal. Once you have that, I guarantee you, most people are actually very cool with the idea of bartering. So you have to think about who can I barter with to reduce my cost. The moment you find that person, you go all in. You can, set it up as a, what do you call it? As a, my video is back on now. You can set it up as a system of barter, right? So for each time this woman gives me clothes, I'm going to give her X, Y, Z, this thing. That's a way of cutting costs, right? And then your revenue, you also have to be, what's the word? You can't be tone deaf, right? If the way you're feeling the economic crunch is the same way your customer is feeling the economic crunch. So another thing you can do, just like the way you're doing barter on the cost side, on the revenue side, you can offer them additional services that are, that come at no cost to you. So, the way I said you can record a course, you can have a course, right? So if you have maybe 10 customers who are trying to buy, I'm going to look for another example that I haven't thought of. Maybe cars, right? Why don't you partner with another, another car wash down the road? You sell cars, you're not a car wash. Partner with a car wash. You tell them that if they buy this car, they're entitled to 10 free car washes till the end of the year with that other guy. People will take it. Like it's actually amazing what people will do. They'll take it because they're like, well, I get to save on this and do that. However, for you factored all of that into the cost and you're giving it to them as value-added service. Most people take it. So in summary, think innovatively around how to cut costs and how to get more revenue. Most of this will have to do with services, right? Things you can exchange, ideas, what information can you give, what partnership can you give to this person? And that's how you grow, actually, generally in a world where information is sparse. Look, everything I'm saying, not everything I'm saying, most things I'm saying, you can get it from ChatGPT. Information has become pretty much pedestrian. Anybody can have access to information now. The true value and what will be testing people moving on is the quality of your thinking. We're moving to the age of intelligence. In the information age, I'm diverting here, pardon me for a second. In the information age, information was the thing that separated people. So all these things I was saying, if I was saying it in 2005, they would treat me like some form of demigod, right? But now I can get it with ChatGPT and come here and pretend like those are my ideas, right? The reality would be when you come to me as a client and I cannot solve your problem, then I'm exposed. Do you see? So intelligence has to be a value, a high priority has to be placed on intelligence in 2025 and moving on beyond, because that's only where the value is left. All the information will be seen by everybody. The execution ability will be available to most people. What will be left is intelligence, which is your ability to combine those variable sources of data to create a novel solution for your own problem and for your own business. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that one, Damilare. All right, we're going to be moving straight out to success. Now, piggybacking on what Damilare has mentioned and what he has said, I'd like to know, being innovative, understanding your business and creating new ways to thrive in these hard times. What are those key technologies, those key applications or apps, as we seem to put it now, and tools that can be used by businesses to help them adapt and thrive in this rapidly challenging economy?
Oh, sorry, I was missing. Yes, we have talked about, I love what Dami said, that somebody just started a business last month, partnering with AI. Well, the truth is, currently, one has to really look outside the box. The key technologies one has to consider are, of course, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, maybe some people use virtual assistants, and of course, there's this automation on WhatsApp, because the truth is that every business must have this in mind. You should not just limit yourself to your products or your services. You must have a media aspect, you must have a tech aspect, because communication is key. And that tech will help to automate the communication. The media will help to put you in the face of people on your various social media handles and globally. And so the tools that you can use, of course, many people use virtual assistants now, and also infuse the analysis of your big data, because you should understand the environment, the market that your product is being needed.
Success? Hello? Okay, so we'd have to come back to success. I believe her network is a little bit shaky as it is. But we're going to be moving now to Ochuko. Now, with everything going on, it's difficult for business leaders, business owners, CEOs, founders, and everybody in that line to maintain the strength, to carry on with business. And there's one thing to give yourself strength, and then there's another thing to give the people that are working under you strength. Now, how exactly can business leaders, founders, CEOs carry on in this line, have the strength, and of course, I don't like to use the word man up, but more or less man up in their business and not be shaken by what is going on in the economy?
I'll be very honest with you, right? If you're in business right now in 2025, you're in for a fight. And that's the honest truth. Every individual currently in business right now is currently fighting for market share. And if that is true, it simply means that you cannot step into business with the heart of a chicken. All right, if you're stepping into business, you must step into business with the heart of a lion. Now, I want to say this. It's important to understand as a business owner, if you're going to have a lion heart, it's important to sell that heart to every single individual in that company at every cadre. What you have a large percent of the time is businesses who the founder has a big idea, but has not sold the big idea to his or her staffs or employees. And it's important for us to understand this truth here, that in the time and season that we are in Nigeria, and if you're listening to this in any part of the world, you must understand that being able to sell an idea is a skill that you must learn. And I'm telling you this. Now, you would agree with me that certain times can happen, certain times and seasons can come into play, and it can even alter the vision that you once had for the business. I will explain. For example, the conversation that is currently going on right now is tax, and a lot of businesses are, running around trying to seek more knowledge, seek understanding. Now, the truth about the matter is this: if you, the owner of the business, or you, the founder of the business, is scared, it's only a matter of time. Your fear would escalate to any other person that is under you. But this is what I want to say here, and this is so important. Please hear me, and please hear me very well. If you are in business right now and it's looking like nothing is working, I promise you, the only person that can determine if it's going to work or not is you. Whenever you say, I'm not doing it again, that's when the business will stop. And this is the same kind of heart you need to sell to every individual under you. So in a nutshell, I want to say this, and this is so primary. There's nothing really difficult in business. The only challenge we have in business, particularly in trying times, is when a business owner is unable to communicate an idea or sell the vision of the idea to people under him. So if you are currently in business right now, the only thing I want you to do right now for 2026 and the other years coming, please practically look out for ways you can sell this vision, this big picture that you have of your business to your staffs.
Thank you so much for that, Ochuko. And Success is back. Welcome back, Success. Now, you were talking about the different technologies that organizations, businesses can adapt in these trying times.
I'm sorry about that. I may not be able to show my face now because I've switched to another device. So I will mention a few, like with benefit to the health sector. Very important that every health sector install AI-powered diagnostics, predictive analytics, because it's used for early disease detection, and also consider infusing telemedicine, virtual care platforms, because the truth is people are getting more busy and they need hands-on access to healthcare. They should also consider remote patients monitoring so that patients have access to being monitored in terms of their health. We talk about maybe the CNG or oil and gas sector. We consider key technologies like industrial IoTs and sensors, predictive maintenance and machine learning, because the truth is oil and gas sector, there is so much in maintenance, repairs and maintenance, and infusing AI models can help to analyze data so that one can predict equipment failures before it happens. Also, one has to, oil and gas sector requires a lot of safety and compliance softwares. So one has to put that into consideration, automate incident tracking, compliance reporting, and worker safety analytics. Also, well, let me just go briefly to the real estate sector. I would say real estate sector require maybe property technology platforms, like digital tools for property search, listing. Even your clients would like to have a tour digitally, because if they are too busy to come and inspect and make a buying decision, they might need to consider that. Although big data analytics, because the location that your company is situated at, will need to understand the market. And blockchain for transactions is applicable in all sectors. Cloud computing is applicable in all sectors. Cybersecurity tools is applicable in all sectors. Well, the most impactful technologies will generally include cloud computing, IoT and remote monitoring, property tech and digital platforms, and cybersecurity and data tools. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Success. Now, in few words, I would like you to give an advice to individuals that are about to start business in 2026, there's been a lot of motivational speakings, a lot of motivation when it comes to starting business, finding another form of income and all of that. So I'm sure that in 2026, we are going to see loads of businesses that would spring up in Nigeria and of course across Africa and across the globe altogether. Now, what advice would you give to these business owners, these individuals that are going into business in 2026? And of course, to those that have already started and it's a little bit shaky, they don't know what 2026 holds for them. What advice would you give to these individuals and business owners? I'm going to start with you, Success.
First of all, you must take stock of what you have been doing well and what you have not been doing well. Because I will not assume that you just want to start a new business. But for those who want to start, you're actually at a very good advantage, because right now you have to, first of all, maximize ChatGPT, maximize AI to be able to prospect, to be able to see what is really needed by customers. Okay, based on the niche you want to carve out for yourself, what is really needed, what does the market need, what does the customer need, what are their pain points, what solution are you bringing to the table? The truth is that you can't just produce something without knowing if the market is available. So understand if the market is available. If the market is not available, don't bother launching into that aspect. Just focus on where the market is available, and if the market is already available, who are the people that are already trying to provide the solutions to this market, and how are they doing it? How can you do it differently? So we have to do a lot of research and planning and prospecting. Then understand and analyze. Analytics, it cannot be overemphasized. To understand, where am I going? What is in numbers, what are the expected revenue? Most people are not even sure of what they are to expect. So first of all, you have an expectation, you have a vision, you have a value you are trying to dream. What is your unique value proposition? And collaborate. Sometimes you don't have the capital to start immediately, but you can identify people who are already into it and who you can collaborate with, just like Mr. Adami was talking about battering, working with a fellow person who is doing something similar or providing a similar solution. You are working with the person, you are bringing your own expertise, the person is bringing his own expertise, and you are working together to do it. Because the truth is that the new business is now collaboration. We cannot work alone. We cannot succeed alone. We have to work with those who have gone ahead of you, and you have to have leverage in wherever you are going. So 2026, the truth is that new things are going to come up, but you have to plan ahead. How can you position yourself? Where is the world going to? And how can I get there before people get there? So that's really the question, the answer one has to give at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Success. Now we're going to be moving to Tomi. So tell us, what exactly is your advice to people?
My advice is, despite the fact that we've been saying times are challenging, I think this is actually probably one of the best times to actually get into business. Why do I say that? First of all, like Dami said earlier, knowledge is now commoditized. Like information that you would have hired expensive consultants or researchers to figure out for you, is basically on your phone. So the only thing that you need to do is actually apply the intelligence and execute, which is basically all you have to do. So I think right now is the best time to actually start a business. I would also advise, yes, leverage AI. AI is, you might say, what's all the hype about AI, but AI is actually a big game changer. There's a lot of people only scratch the surface of the capabilities of AI. and never really explore the breadth of what you can do. Like things like customer support, for instance, that's like a huge pain a lot of businesses go through. You can automate away all the grunt work that's typically involved in customer support using AI. Things like things like support customer service, things like writing and marketing, for instance. AI can handle that perfectly for you. There's like image generation AI models and video generation AI models that can do heavy lifting and generate like video contents, image contents. As a matter of fact, even big companies are now using AI in like production. For instance, I was watching a football game, and at halftime, I think it was a Coca-Cola advert, and I could tell that the entire video was AI generated. So if massive multinationals are already using AI, you too can use it to basically bootstrap your business, and basically without having to hire expensive employees or consultants or whatever. So like I'll say the bar to entry is much lower now, but also the bar for quality is now much higher. So because you have access to AI, everybody else also has access to AI. So you should also strive to ensure that what your product is of the highest quality possible. And I would also say AI is powerful, it's amazing, but it's not a silver bullet. It doesn't solve all your problems. In a lot of businesses, people still want to see a human being at some point. I remember dealing with customer support, and I figured out it was an AI automation I was talking to, and I immediately, because what I was dealing with was sensitive, I immediately requested for a human representative, and the business obviously had a human that could talk to me. So AI automation is good, but you still need to cover your end of the deal. Like you still need to ensure quality, and you still need to ensure that you have everything under control. You know what's going on in your business, because it's not a silver bullet. It's still your business to run. But yeah, in conclusion, I think it's a great time to start a business despite all the challenges. If you know how to execute rightly, if you know how to execute efficiently, and basically have a passion for your products. And also, one thing I also mentioned is focus. It's always important to have focus, not chase after every idea or every new feature you think of, but just focus on one thing that solves your customer's problem. I read this somewhere, but I don't remember where. But it's basically saying that it's better to have 10 people that absolutely love your product or service than to have 100 people that are like, it's fine. So basically, focus and strive to find that core niche, or those few people that would die without your products, and from there you can use that as a springboard to grow your business.
Thank you very much for that, Tomi. Now on to you, Moses, and please use 2 minutes for the answer. Thank you so much. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. These amazing folks a lot already. So I'm just gonna keep it to 2. And the first is validate. And validate early, not as a deterrent to continue with, not just as a deterrent to continue with the business or abandon it, but validate early as a means to learn. And the second would be know your numbers. And
Hello? Apologies, we are having a little technical difficulties. But we're back now. We're back now. So Moses, you were saying?
Yeah. So I was saying, encouraging like folks building businesses to validate early, and to validate not as a means of just as a deterrent to continue the business or to stop it, but as a means of learning and figuring out what works. And the second is that for them, encouraging them to basically know their numbers and not be emotional about it. If they run reviews and find that something is not working or something is a huge cost center without bringing commensurate revenue, like they should cut it. And when they find something that brings them like really good revenue, especially without being a very huge cost center, they should double down on it generally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Ochuko.
Well, frankly speaking, I think any business going or opening in 2026 generally should be open to collaborations. And I want to say this, that if someone reaches out to you to collaborate, don't take it that the person wants to take your own share of the national cake. See it as an opportunity to expand. One can be able to see something, but imagine if two people use 4 eyes to see something. Imagine what you can cover. And I'm saying this because naturally, particularly in our climate here in Africa, a lot of Nigerians have the perception that when someone says, "Oh, I'd like to, buy shares in your businesses or your business, or I'd like to collaborate in your business," the first thing they see them as sharks. They see them as, and of course you have those, but be open to collaborations. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, don't be scared to try new things, okay? If something you tried out, like Moses said last year, didn't work out, come on, you have an opportunity, it's a new year, look out for new opportunities, explore new opportunities. And the third is ask questions. Ask questions. If you don't have a mentor in your industry, look out for someone, an individual, to ask a question. You might even go as far as hiring a consultant. Look, if your business is looking at going global, you must start looking at hiring or contacting global consultants. And I'll say that for any business we step into 2026.
Thank you very much. And to you, Damilare. All right, I do not know what has happened, but thank you so much to my guest. Thank you so much for being
Can you hear
here.
me now?
I appreciate it. And just a few more seconds to be sure if Damilare is still...
Can you hear me now?
Okay, this is good.
Oh, my apologies. I was saying that a lot of speakers have mentioned a lot of things that are factually correct, and I agree, with what they have said. And just to top it off, I would say that the most important thing in 2026 and beyond would be clarity. We've mentioned it ad nauseum on this call that information is now very cheap. And so you need to be clear. You need to have a strategy that, just like Ochuko said, if you have to partner with someone to, get the right strategy, do whatever you can to survive. The next couple of years into the next decade is going to be incredibly difficult, because prior to this decade, what the business climb was about arbitrage. So you're taking things that you have, and which could be, specialized knowledge. It could be some information that most people didn't know about, and you're selling it to people who didn't know about it, right? But now, what happens when people now know about it? It means you have to be able to sell new types or new category of things, such as, execution. How can you implement it? How can you make them see things differently? The person who is able to redefine the status quo is always going to be wealthy. Money is going to come to you if you can redefine the status quo. You must resist the urge to be ordinary. You must resist the urge to be pedestrian. You must resist the urge to get information that every other person can get. If you're going somewhere, if you have a business and and you put, maybe the challenges you have or the solutions you're looking for into ChatGPT, for example, just understand that the same way you have the ability to do that and the access to do that, every other competitor of yours has the same ability to do that. So you must rise beyond. You must place a higher demand on seeing connections. You must be able to link things together. That's what owns the future. The future would not be for the people who want to do business as usual. It will be for people who can redefine the status quo. So there's a lot of opportunity there because most people do things, business as usual. So if you separate yourself and desire to get a higher level of functioning in your category, I can take any business, right? Just by means of repetition and having done this a lot of times, I can take any business at all and disrupt a certain value chain within that business, making the person who owns the business or the business itself becoming more valuable technically overnight. Now, the owner would still have to execute it, but because of the ability to see things differently and to tackle on business challenges with novel solutions, I find that really helps businesses. And if you're starting out, you want to start out with a new idea from the get-go, because the business climate right now is extremely difficult, and I honestly don't see it getting any easier as we progress into the future, because ultimately the more technology is able to automate these things, the more you need to be human. Last point I'll make is most people treat their businesses like input, output. They don't really have a lot of throughput energy. The throughput energy, what I mean by that is the ability to think. So you have an input. Maybe you notice that people in your university, for example, don't have good enough clothing, right? So that's a form of input. You've seen this happening in the environment. The throughput should be, okay, what is being done or what has been done before, which is people sell shirts, they do all of these things. Then your output should be, what can I do? How can I take what has been done before and do it differently? How can I put a spin on it? How can I, disrupt how that works and ensure that moving forward, there's going to be a new way people experience buying clothing. People who think like that own the future, and I'll say that in conclusion.
Thank you so much, Damilare, for that. And thank you to every single one of my guests for coming up. It has been an interesting, amazing session right here on the Business Day television. And yes, if you are tuned in, you know what to do. You can, in fact, follow us across all social media platforms. On Instagram, it is Business Day Television _NG. And on YouTube, it is bdtv _NG. Do well to have yourself a lovely day, and of course don't forget to join us same time, same station, 8 a.m. for the breakfast show. I remain Akimini Obong Michael, and this is Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.